yeah, we just kind of take it slow and work as a team and try and get it back to an area where we can get it into the truck, and then luckily we've got a storage spot in town where we can put it so it's nice and safe. And then eventually we'll have some crew members probably rent a big box truck and drive it from here in Wyoming all the way up to Ohio, where these fossils are going to end up. At the Cincinnati Museum Center is the final home of these fossils, where they can be cleaned, prepared, studied, photographed, illustrated, published, and then some of the prettier ones might even go on display, which would be really cool for the general public to be able to enjoy these firsthand. So that's what we're out here doing. That's what this is all about.
Remember, when you go on a dig, don't mess with the nails.
All right. So yeah, somebody was asking about what are the tools that we use out here. So I've got my tool bag. It's a little bit messy right now, and it's actually missing a few tools. Where did I put my scoop with the... Let's see. Have you seen a black oyster knife anywhere?
Yeah,
it was inside of a red scoop.
Oh, it's behind.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Marissa. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, so this is one that I use a lot for the actual digging part. So this is an oyster knife, like you might use for opening oysters if you're the sort of person who eats oysters. I've never been a fan, but I'm a big fan of this for digging up dinosaurs. More and better dinosaurs have been dug up with this simple, humble tool than anything ever rolled off the line at Caterpillar or John Deere or anything like that. This is the sort of tool that we use to dig up dinosaurs. This and tools like this, an awl. This is a really nice one because it actually has the metal, what's it called? Metal pawling on here? So you can actually hit that with a hammer and it won't completely destroy the awl. And then, yeah, other various tools, pencil, toothbrush for brushing, another soft brush for brushing. Pretty simple stuff, you know? This certainly isn't rocket surgery out here, nor is it as well funded. So, yeah. Premaxillary bones. There's two of them paired like that. You see that symphysis between them right there? So this is right here at the front of the snout.
It's been an adventure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So for the sake of anybody who hasn't heard me talk about this a million times before on stream, why do they need to be on a tether, leatherbacks in particular?
So all the other sea turtles pretty much recognize barriers. So,
gotcha.
You know, if you think about it, a turtle that's going into the flotsam and wants to stop there needs to recognize it's in a stopping spot. Leatherbacks don't recognize stopping spots.
Right.
They are an open ocean. They are, you know, if they run into sargassum, it's pitiful. They do backflips. They just, if the sargassum floats around them, they just sit there and flap. They just can't seem to deal with sargassum.
So their brains just aren't wired to be able to deal with obstacles.
They're more like a white shark or a tuna, or they're just always swimming. And if you're an animal that's always swimming, you know, then you don't normally run into...
Right, because your natural habitat is way out in the middle of the ocean, generally.
Yeah.
Trick Track says, Super Mario told me to jump on them? What? What? Don't jump on turtles. It's not a good thing to do. Goodness. You know, people talk about video games sparking violence in the real world. You're proving their point there, Trick Tracks. These violent video games, you know?
Have awakened in the future. Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, Moo Pie. Yeah. I'll show you the big Tyrannosaurus behind me right here. This one is a cast, because you can't see the supports. They're running directly through the bones. And this is that AMH 5027?
Yeah, look at how the skull is squashed like that. This is that American Museum specimen from New York. Originally from Montana, obviously, but yeah. And, very cool. So, this is really neat to have a contrast between an adult right here and a juvenile right here with Jane. So look at how slender her bones are by comparison. Look at how long her legs are. Look at how she looks like a speedster compared to that big hulking brute over there. Yeah. This is such a lovely illustration of dinosaur ontogeny. How much these animals changed as they grew and matured. Very different from modern mammals. That's why we think that dinosaur ecosystems are probably just structured differently than we see in the modern day. Like with those different species of antelope that we saw upstairs. You know, you've got such high species diversity for those critters. It's not the same for dinosaurs. There's a lot to be said about behavioral similarities between them, between the non-avian dinosaurs, the non-bird dinosaurs, and their birdie descendants too. Have you no joy in your heart? Have you no curiosity in your mind? To me, dinosaurs represent everything that is true and beautiful and wondrous about the world that we inhabit. The fact that on this very planet, 66 million years ago, and longer ago, these animals were walking around in the same places where we live today. And they have left record of their existence in the rocks for us to find. How does that not fire the imagination? How does that not excite people? I feel like that's... If you can't get excited by that, I don't know what's going on with you. And I hope that's a fair thing to say. But anyway. Will she get bored of this first, or will we? Let's see. She does love watching birds too, but she seems to really like this video. I showed this to her the other day. Oh, good stuff. Anyway, let's get back to our... That's the old idea. Now we realize this split happened so early on that mammals and reptiles, even though they share a common ancestor, they're... What's the phrase? Two houses alike in dignity? On fair Pangea where we lay our scene? The sauropsids and the synapsids. The reptiles and the mammals, respectively. They've always been separate like that. By the time that they arose, they were already separate, reptiles and mammals. Does that make sense? Lay our scene and our eggs. There you go, Rushwing, yeah. We can see where you got shaved. You got a little shave spot there. You're a mess, Mini Pie. You're a mess. Look at you. You could really tell Luffy to, you know, maybe watch something educational. Not this trash, you know. Luffy, you know, watch something that's good for you, you know? Some Reading Rainbow, perhaps. Green fairy lights, nice. A dinosaur stream's so good, even the dinosaurs watch it, says Galrox. I'm flattered. What can I say? Tend to be pretty similar
throughout the rest of the skeleton. It's just the skull is wildly different. Whoop. Well, there goes my visual aid. I'll have to get that later. Let's hope I can find it. I don't want to be littering. Mothproof KT says it's good to get a taste of dig life, though. So much to do. Yeah. Never a dull moment, or rather, less than 50% dull moments by volume, maybe. If that's fair. Break it up, you two. There you go, Charchone. Yes, yes. Yeah, Unicorn R2 unit, holy cow, says, I would literally never watch any of these videos if it weren't for you. I go to work and tell them the facts I learned from your stream, and they think I'm cool. Well, that makes me so happy, Unicorn R2 unit. It really does. That's why I'm here, you know, so that just made my day. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also strive to give the links to all of these videos so that you can watch them on your own, share them with your friends and family or whoever, you know? Those of you who kind of follow Twitch drama and stuff like that, you're probably aware that there's been a controversy raging about watching videos live on stream. So this is what we call an alvarezsaur. It is him, yes, Dr. Terry, yeah. One of our very favorite dinosaurs here. So these bizarre, feathered, super short-armed, big-clawed, insect-eating dinosaurs. So this is another model that was produced by Boban Filiopovic. And he actually won the Lazendorf National Geographic Paleo Art Prize for sculpture in 2018. So that is the award right there. And as you can see, it is well deserved. This is gorgeous. Photographs really just don't do it justice. Just the intricate feathering around the face. You've got little feathery eyelashes there. It's just, yeah, like bristly whisker-like feathers all around too.
Yeah, you want to? We've got.
Yeah, holy cow! Check out Scutellosaurus here.
Yeah, so
This is incredible, Rob. Holy cow!
Yeah, so this. When was that excavated? In the
It would have
70s?
been,
About around 1980.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, right.
No, it was in the 70s.
Okay.
Early 70s.
Okay,
actually.
so this was an animal that was found roughly 40 years ago. Little creature, but what's incredibly important about this animal is that it's one of the earliest armored dinosaurs. And when things are this small, you just don't get them preserved, period, let alone with a nice set of armor. Now, having said that, all the armor that you see, a lot of this was restored, although there were over 100 pieces of armor. So this came from the Navajo Reservation in northern Arizona. And
people talk about like, oh, what does life mean? You know, what is my purpose? Where did we come from? Well, the thing is, paleontology tells us where we came from. If people want to ask that question, then I hope that they'd be willing to, you know, look at the facts about that. Look at the evidence. Look at the fossils that actually teach us about that, you know? So I don't know. That's kind of a rambling answer. Hopefully that gives you something to work with. I don't know. That's the sort of thing that gets me up in the morning, you know? Paleontology gives us context, gives us perspective that we wouldn't otherwise have. That's pretty cool. That's one of the things that makes us human, that we can not only ask, where did we come from? How did everything here come to be? We can actually find the answers. To be able to help out with this emergency.
One of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Did that really just happen there? Gift subs this minute. 100 gift subs 3 minutes. Incredible.
Horror X, I don't know what to say. It is insanity, sacrificial goat. Holy moly. You don't know how much I appreciate this. Nor the 250 community members who just had a gift subscription. At least the cats only fling crumbs on the desk. Well, no, they have litter boxes, and they scratch up the furniture, and they leave hair everywhere, and they barf all over the place. And people talk about cats being clean animals, but if that's your idea of clean, then yeah, I don't know. But yeah. LJ's cat's watching the pitches. There you go, Clever. Yeah. And Lordy says, who's insulting my cats now? I mean, I'm sorry, Lordy. I know that I live here and that at any moment, you could choose to bring down the hammer and you...
We're still looking for really good big theropod material from this formation. We want a tyrannosaur, We know they're here. We found their teeth. We know with absolute certainty that there were tyrannosaurs that lived in this environment. It would be shocking if that were not the case. It is the case. They lived here. We know it. We need to find a good skeleton. Logan might do that this year, and he might do that thanks to the funding that we raised. And I'm really proud of that, and you should be proud of that too, Chad.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you, Manuel Farning, for the 32 months of support. I really appreciate that. And welcome back, everybody. I'm back home in my office, in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It's nice to be home in civilization. Glad you could make it. And what is this? One of the landlords is already saying hello right at the beginning of the stream. Just can't keep her away. If any of you, it's your first time watching one of these streams from the office, then, well, I'm glad you're here. Howdy, howdy. If you've only been here for the fieldwork streams before, then you might not be familiar with, say, the cat cam or my whole office setup here, or the landlord's, your sweetie pie right now. Yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. If it is your very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So for 2 or 3 months out of the year, I'll be out in the field, excavating fossils, collecting data, doing the whole fieldwork thing, live on camera. Tone Rebellion, thank you for the 24 months of support.
Welcome back, Danny. Is that Iguanodon menace meant to be high-fiving us? I choose to believe so. Shirohi84 says.
Need to burst your boat. It's oriented like this, though, so it's not really coming in for a high five. It's maybe giving a high five in that direction. Chowbot, thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Chowbot, for the 12 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Where was I? Oh yeah, I'm back from the field. 3 weeks I just spent out in Utah digging up dinosaurs like these iguanodontians, but older. And now we're here for kind of a loosey-goosey, freewheeling sort of stream. Atlas Spade Music, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. And what is this? Oh, look at them. Oh, look at those chickens. Apris0311, thank you for the 5 months of support. Really appreciate it. Thank you kindly. And Sweetie Pie did miss me, certainly. Lenina, yeah. I missed all of you as well. We haven't been streaming since last Wednesday. But I had a safe drive back from Utah. Nice to be back in civilization. Gotta say. Yeah. How are you doing, sweetie? 3 weeks without me here. 3 weeks without any treats, although you really can't have treats. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. 3 weeks not having been on camera. I think you missed that, didn't you? Yeah. And hey, Stray Master, how you doing? Thank you, Chagrin Falls. Good to see everybody. Who's? Hi to you too.
Playing tag with
Iguanodon. Golganek, thank you for the 100 bits.
Paleontologizing back to home base. Paleo dance, Dino dance.
I appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you. Where was I? Well, yeah, if it's your first time here, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I just got back from Utah, where I was digging up a brand new species of iguanodont dinosaur with the Utah Geological Survey. And we're back home in the office. This is where we do Q&A. We go over new scientific papers. Tomorrow, I think we'll start going over a bunch of the dinosaurs that were described while I was out in the field. Brand new dinosaurs that were just published over the past month. We'll be catching up on those. But for today, kind of an easygoing, loosey-goosey stream. I know we're going to have a lot of new folks trickling in with a lot of questions, so I've left today's agenda kind of wide open. So if you have any questions about dinosaurs in particular, or about natural history in general, about the fossil record, about extinction, about evolution, about what science is and how and why we do it, any questions at all, I'm more than happy to answer for you to the best of my ability. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Alexander says it probably takes a moment to readjust from so much time away. Unfortunately, it took way longer than a moment. Cat hair. Ugh. I came home and my stream setup was kind of dismantled. The monitors were off the wall and the monitor mount. We'd had a little bit of a rat infestation in the wall here. And Ios and Lordy took care of that while I was gone. But I had to kind of rebuild part of my office afterward. As far as you know, no rats even died in this process. We were able to just get them out and get the entrances sealed up. But anyway, that was a lot of... It took like about a whole day just to get everything back in order here in the office. So, anyhow. But yeah... And we will, I think, talk about that later this week. Charlie's bringing the new
Are you
T-Rex.
paleontologying?
And thank you, to my dismay, to my delight, you have just followed. Welcome to my dismay. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Big Boy Draws, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate that. Lovely. And Squiggles, we haven't had any wildfires around here. This is just, I don't know. I've heard rats in the walls before, and they were getting worse and worse. So now everything's sealed off, and they can find other places to go hide if they want to. Yeah. Anyhow. And Jacopil, yeah, Kanto Arcade. Hey, I've got a Jacopil 3D print. I'll show you. It's right over here. There it is. There. Ooh, what's this? What's this, sweetie pie? Oh, it's Jacopil. We don't really know what this animal looks like. It's a big mystery. We don't even necessarily have a really good idea of what major group of dinosaurs Jacopil belongs to.
These are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
And rogues do it better. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah. But, yeah, Jacopil is a weird critter. This is just a bust of its head and neck. But what a bizarre animal. Known from fragmentary remains from the Cretaceous of Argentina. Here we go. We don't know that it really looked like this. I was talking with Susie Maidmont about it. She was one of the reviewers on the original paper. And she's like, I think it might be a ceratopsian. It was described as a thyreophoran. But, again, it's based on such fragmentary remains, and it looks so weird. The lower jaw, she was saying, reminded her of a horned dinosaur, a ceratopsian. But there are osteoderms found alongside it, which suggests it might be a thyreophoran, an armored dinosaur like Ankylosaurus, or more likely Scelidosaurus. I really don't know. Yeah, there's not that much material known from it. So the parts that are highlighted in white here are the bones that we have. And we don't necessarily know what its closest relatives are, so filling in the blanks beyond that is really tricky. So Jacopil is just a huge mystery. And it's kind of exciting in a way, because it demonstrates that there might still be major groups of dinosaurs that we don't know about yet. And this could be one of them. Is it a weird kind of relic Basilthyreophoran? Is it a weird South American ceratopsian? What the heck is this thing? I don't really know. We need more material. Anywho, oh, and very cool. Rogues Do It Better says, I'm an anthropology/archaeology student and just chanced onto your channel. Good to have you here. I do paleontology, so fossils. But there's a bit of overlap, I suppose, with fields like archaeology and anthropology, especially like paleoanth. But it's good to have you here, Rogues. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And anywho, yeah. And Dr. Javasaur says that I imagine they made more chirping sounds. I mean, that's hard to say. But yeah. And hey, Paleostream, Josh. Yash, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. I was just talking about you the other day on stream in the field. Back from Utah, and back home in the San Francisco Bay Area, and man, is this very, very different from the view from Doling's Bowl. Here's a live cam from the Berkeley Hills. This is not too far from where I live. There's San Francisco Bay, and look at this glorious layer of fog there. It's not 107 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade out here. It is, what, in like the 70s today? Beautiful weather, comfortably humid. It's so foggy over the city that you can barely even see the Golden Gate Bridge right here. So very, very different from the view out there in Utah. Yeah. Here's my field vehicle. I stopped to take a picture right after we left Doling's Bowl. Very different. Very different. Yeah. Welcome back to Civilization. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that.
The bone wall is so thin, it's
How
about
thin?
the same dimension as the wall of a dirter.
What's a
dirter?
dirter?
Is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirter, and that's what this thing is like.
Thank you, Tax Art, for the 9 months of support. I appreciate that. Good to have you here. Yeah. And Squiggle says, not a battered, old, rusty Toyota? Yeah, it is. This is my 2008 Toyota Prius. That's my field vehicle. It's funny, like, this vehicle right here, the 2008 Toyota Prius, is better off-road than, something like this. You see these broken down on the side of the road all the time out in Utah and Wyoming. Just like giant, ridiculous lifted pickups. It's like You've made this vehicle completely impractical. Like, why? Why would you do that? Anyway. Sometimes simpler, more reliable. Not sometimes, most of the time. So much better. Thank you, Feist, for the 62 months of support. Thank you for that Prime. I appreciate it. Yeah. And Rogue says, you would be amazed what I've driven a Kia Soul through. I believe it. No, seriously. I was thinking about this as I was leaving the field on Friday morning. There's some pretty dicey spots where you've got to go up some really steep hills over some really sharp rocks, and you have to just kind of pick your path and just gun it. And I realized that one of the reasons why I love taking my vehicle, off-road, is that you can see perfectly out of the front, like you can't even see the front of the hood. The way that a Prius is designed, it's got this really short hood on it. And so you can see kind of exactly where you're putting your wheels. Unlike some sort of giant Jeep monstrosity or a big pickup or something like that, you really can't see in front of you very well. That's why they happen to run over children so often with those things. They're just toddler destroyers. It's horrific. This doesn't work like that. You can see exactly where you're putting your wheels. And it just makes off-roading a lot easier. Anywho. Yeah. There you go, Magos Informatics. Yeah. No, I've got the opposite of that. Mine is not a lowrider. I actually have a lift on this thing. It's a 2-inch lift, but it allowed me to put much larger tires on it. So it gives me probably an additional 5 inches of clearance that like a stock Toyota Prius would not have. And as a front-wheel drive vehicle, it's already pretty good at maneuvering difficult terrain and weird substrates and stuff. With that added lift, I'm much less likely to scrape the bottom as I'm driving it. This thing is a champ. So I've had big, gnarly off-road vehicles. This is so much better. It's more comfortable to drive on the highway. It gets much better fuel economy. I spent less than $100 on gas driving all the way back from Utah to the Pacific Coast. And if anybody knows anything about the price of gas right now, that's impressive. There's gas stations near me where it's like just under $7 a gallon. Having a fuel-efficient vehicle is really nice. Yeah. And there you go, Alexander, yeah. Yeah. And Jandra says, those larger wheels also give more fuel range? Maybe. I don't have the stock tires on a Prius are low rolling resistance tires. So they are built for greater fuel efficiency. I don't have those anymore. I have more off-road capable tires. So it did cut into the MPG a little bit, but it's worth it for me to be able to take it into the field. Yeah. There you go, Nin Player. Yep. That's funny. I used to work at an O'Reilly, mostly delivering parts, but sometimes selling them too. I used to wonder the same thing, Nin Player. Yeah. Yeah. So many of these big trucks are just pavement princesses, Like this is... They will probably literally never take this thing off the asphalt. And here I am driving around my little Prius, digging up dinosaurs and hauling fossils and... Yeah. It's funny how that works. Yeah. Anyhow. There you go, Alexander, yeah. Before I forget, let's do a quick post to Blue Sky. And then, we'll do some recapping of this summer's fieldwork. Again, if anybody else has any paleo questions, do not hesitate to ask them. Yeah. Big trucks are impractical at best. Yeah, Rogues, it's true. Sometimes you need a giant truck for hauling a giant boat or some giant mammals in a trailer, but don't realize if you only need a truck for hauling like once a year, it's so much cheaper to just rent it for a weekend for when you need it, and then you don't have to, you know, have this giant impractical truck. Some of these things go for like, I was astonished when I worked at the Chevy dealership. All told, for like a Chevy Silverado, people were paying like $140,000 for a stupid pickup truck. Something that immediately loses about a quarter of its value the moment you drive it off the lot. I do not understand it. But people are susceptible to advertising and cultural pressures and all kinds of stuff. So let's do a blue sky post real quick. There we go. Quick screenshot. Let's see if that's usable. I could do better than that. I could do better than that too. That'll work. We'll use that. Quick crop. There we go. And let's post it. Nice. Yeah. Anyhow, I'm back home after 3 weeks out in the Utah desert. Dinosaurs. And we're having a casual loosey-goosey fieldwork recap stream today. Join us and hang out at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. All sorts of Utah and iguanodont dinosaur miscellanea on the office wall behind me. From 3D printed skulls and forelimbs to framed geological diagrams and skeletal drawings. There we go. Good enough. Paleontologizing. Looks like it's spelled correctly. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Oh, and Andrew says, are Jim and the crew still out there? Nope. We all took off at the end of the season. So Jim and Don are back home in Salt Lake at this point. It's good to see you, by the way, Andrew. I hope you've been having a good summer. How was your trip to Nova Scotia? And did you end up seeing any leatherbacks there? I presume you would have told me by text if you did, but anyway, I hope the trip was really good. It's good to see you, Andrew. And Coakinesis says, I must know what that foot is on Danny's wall. That's a hand of Iguanodon bernisartensis. So here's the thumb, pinky finger, index finger, middle finger, ring finger. It's an Iguanodon, which is this animal right here. There you go. iguanodon. So that's that hand right there. So you've got the 3 central fingers that kind of form like a fleshy mitt with hooves on it. I guess you could call them hooves. That's for supporting the animal's weight. The pinky finger here is probably flexible and may have actually been useful for grasping. And then this right here is that big thumb spike, most likely used for defense. Or for, I don't know, for fighting. Various kinds of fighting. But yeah. And excellent trip to Canada. Good to hear it, Andrew. That's good to hear. No leatherbacks. It's fine. That happens. Not as common as they used to be, but I hope you saw other cool stuff. Did I get... Yeah, here it is. Here's the Iguanodon hand file on Sketchfab. So rather than taking this off the wall and risking damaging it right now, I can just show it to you here. Yeah. There is the thumb spike right there. So this is the right hand of this critter. So, thumb spike, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, pinky finger. And you notice that the pinky finger has got more bones here than the rest of the fingers do. I mean, that's just kind of how these things work. But it's been suggested that that was actually flexible. They could actually use this like a thumb in order to maybe grasp plant material. These are plant-eating animals. Let me find that book real quick. I think David Norman's got an illustration in here. A John Sibbick illustration. And there it is. Bam. Turned right to it. Yeah. So there's the thumb spike being used on a rather unfortunate assailant. Oh, where's the hand? Maybe it was up here?
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Little pink pony.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you for the 30 months of support. It is almost a whole year. So there's the hand of Iguanodon right here. This is another right hand. Thumb, pinky finger. But yeah, it's thought that the pinky finger might actually be able to oppose the palm, sort of like a thumb. I thought we had an illustration of that in here, but maybe not. Shoot. Oh well. Yeah. And
some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Blake the Snake, thank you for the 37 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly.
Hi Danny. Hi chat. Did you all see they're adding pseudosuchians to Jurassic World Evolution 3? Deinosuchus, Postosuchus, and Desmatosuchus specifically.
Very
the
cool.
models all look pretty good.
Nice. We might take a look at that later. I actually was getting emails about that from the, what is it, Frontier Studios or whoever makes Jurassic World. They wanted to give me like a special code so I would get the stuff before anybody else and then I could show it off on stream. And I had to tell them like, hey, really appreciate the offer. Thank you for thinking of me. But I'm in the field right now and will be for the next 2 weeks. So maybe next time if the timing works out. But yeah. We kind of missed the boat on that one. Given that I was in the field digging up dinosaurs. But we'll see. Maybe if in another 6 months they do something like that, I'll be able to take them up on it. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. And somebody was asking about, oh, by the way, thank you for the 37 months, Blake the Snake. I really appreciate the support. Thank you kindly. And MS Coggins, thank you for the 42 months, by the way. Really appreciate that. I realized I failed to share the link to this. If you want to engage with that Blue Sky post for whatever reason, there's a link there. If you want to like it or repost it to tell people that I'm live right now, feel free. But yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Let's take a look at that real quick, why don't we? The new Jurassic World evolution stuff. And then maybe we'll do Metazoa after that. You know what? No, let's do Metazoa first, and then we'll get into the Jurassic World evolution stuff. Oh, by the way, if you want to print your own Iguanodon hand at home, here is a link to that file. But let's do Metazoa. It's been too long. I've not done this for like more than 3 weeks at this point. This is a daily animal guessing challenge. And people say we don't play games on stream here on Paleontologizing. But yeah. Oh, and Claire, yeah, I heard about this. It's Dinosaur Dave's thing, right? Dino Guesser. We might get to that in a bit, but first, I want to do this. This is an excellent opportunity to talk about phylogeny, to talk about common descent, to talk about how living things are related to one another. The point of this game is to try and figure out the mystery animal of the day in 20 guesses or fewer. I try and do it in fewer than 5 guesses. So, yeah, let's jump in.
Hold on to your butts.
There is a mystery animal today. We will type in the name of an animal here into this little guessing box, and then the way that it works is it'll show you the most exclusive evolutionary clade that includes both your animal that you guessed and the mystery animal. And then you have to narrow it down further and further and further. And the reason why we can do this is because living things are related to one another via evolution. I like to use this as like a visual aid here.
I can see that my
hang on a second.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Salty Anchor, thank you for the 8 months at tier 3 now, by the way. Thank you kindly, Salty Anchor. Appreciate you. Keeping me here online. Excellent. Oh, and Josh says, see that new giant temnospondyl from Svalbard or the weird marine reptile from China? Not yet. I haven't really had any chances to catch up on fossil news since I got home. We'll be spending the next few days doing that here on stream. We'll go over new dinosaurs and then maybe other new fossil critters. But that sounds exciting, Josh. I'm eager to see that. And thank you, Trick Tracks. It's good to be home. Back to Metazoa. The way that we can narrow things down is using an evolutionary family tree, and this is one way to visualize this at onezoom.org. Because as far as we know, all life on Earth is descended from a single common ancestor. So this is another nice representation of that. Oh, it would be if it weren't so small. What the heck? Oh, that'll do. Nice. Yeah. Every living thing on our planet, as far as we know, is descended from a single common ancestor. Just like you have a family tree, and you're related to your close relatives, and then you're a little bit more distantly related to your more distant relatives. All of life on Earth works the same way. This is a representation of that. So let's jump to us, human beings, on here, just as a quick little visualization. Here we are right there. Not really our natural habitat, but that's okay. Here's our closest relative, chimps and bonobos, and outside of that, gorillas, and then orangutans, and then the other apes. You can zoom out until you get to all of life on Earth. It's pretty nifty how this works. All life. There we go. For our mystery animal, luckily we don't have to deal with all of life. We can ignore the eubacteria, the D-Pen archaeal group. We can ignore the archaeototes, whatever they're called. We only have to deal with animals here. Let's jump to that clade. So already we have it narrowed down to only 1.4 million species. We have to try and figure out what our mystery animal is in 20 guesses or fewer. I'm going to try and do it in fewer than 5. I often like to start off with a mammal, because this game is kind of biased toward mammals. And sometimes it helps if you choose a clade with a ton of species. So I'm going to do a rodent. I'm going to do a mouse to start with. And then Metazoo will show us the most exclusive evolutionary group that includes our guess, plus the mystery animal. If we're really close, it'll be a really small group. If we're not close, it'll be a really big group. So let's see.
Hold on to your butts.
Okay. Our critter's not a mouse, but it is a bony fish. Osteichthyes. So this is the smallest group that includes the mystery animal plus a mouse. Or, I guess. So Osteichthyes are the bony fishes. Osteichthyes. There we go. Ray-fin fishes. Osteichthyes, also known as Utiliostomai, the bony vertebrates. So here. Osteichthyes, Utiliostomai, Utiliostomai. Every one of these animals is a fish. I was talking about this a bit during the summer. Now it's wonderful to be able to show you some visual aids here. Frogs are a kind of fish. Birds are a kind of fish. Lemurs are a kind of fish. Penguins are a kind of fish. And that's because all of these creatures evolved from a bony fish. So some of the first bony fishes are, oh goodness. Did pteraspids count as that? Anyway, I'm just going to show you a Tiktaalik. It's a Sarcopterygian, but it'll work. Yeah. This is a now pretty famous fossil fish called Tiktaalik. This is one of the first of these Sarcopterygians, the lobe-finned fishes, that we think were capable of coming up onto land. This is a fish that could do a push-up. It has wrist bones. It has the beginnings of a neck. It could turn its head, you know? And it could probably haul itself up onto the land with those fleshy fins. All of these critters, the tetrapods, evolved from that. But anyway, getting back to Metazoa here, we know that our critter is not a tetrapod. I selected mouse, which is a tetrapod, and Metazoa says, nope. Closest I can get to you there is Utiliostomai. Which tells me that our critter has got to be a ray-finned fish. And this could get tricky because this is a huge group that I don't know super well. So what I'm going to do here is... let's find some kind of percomorph fish. We'll try perch. And we'll go from there. And we'll see if that gets us any closer. So let's try that. This is our second guess. Let's give it a shot. Okay, that was a good guess. Our critter is a percomorph. But it's not a perch. So Eupercaria, oh man, this is tricky. There's a serious risk we're gonna get stuck in purgatory here. It's something within Percomorpha that is not a perch. So let's find Percomorpha on this tree. Here we go. So we've narrowed it down to only 18,000 species. But this includes things like bass, pilotfish, trout, seahorses. All of those guys are percomorphs. Let's find perch, Persiidae. These guys are down here. So we know it's not a perch. It's got to be something more basal than that, presumably. And the vast majority of these are not even in Metazoa. It could still be something like a lionfish, or a stonefish, or a stickleback. But let's try something a bit more basal. There's perch up there too. There's tons of different fish called perch. It's so frustrating. This is why we use scientific names. Anyway, let me try like seahorse. Let's try that.
Hold on to your butts.
And that didn't get us any. Are they outside of Eupercaria? Seahorses? Okay. Spelling this correctly? Yeah, it's just not on here. Okay. Okay. This is always tricky when it gets to these guys. Your percomorph fishes. There's so many of them. And unfortunately, Metazoa doesn't have a whole lot of these subclades programmed in. So it gets... I'm just going to be bleeding guesses here, unless I'm really, really clever or lucky. Let's try something like sailfish or swordfish. So Metazoa and Wikipedia are disagreeing about which groups belong, which fishes belong to which groups. So this is going to look like it was a bad guess, but I'm going based on... Okay, Eupercaria. Toothfishes, sculpins, sticklebacks, sea chubs, kelpfishes, trumpeters, sand lances, lantern bellies, armor heads, butterfly fishes, surgeon fishes. Oh goodness, there's so many. Anglerfish. I wonder if it's going to be some kind of anglerfish. It could also be a pufferfish or an ocean sunfish. That would be cool. Let's try anglerfish. Okay, it didn't knock anything out there. Let's try... They don't have mola. Pufferfish. Let's try pufferfish. Oh boy.
Hold on to your butts.
Yes! We got it. Excellent. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Not too shabby. I got it in 6 guesses. Not too shabby for for such a speciose clade. Okay, let's post that. Let's see, I'm trying to find the emoji face where he's going and like blowing out some air, but not into a tissue. We'll just use that one. There we go. Not too bad. And the one who watched says, now see if the AI overlords can do better? What are you talking about? No. The glorified autocomplete is not going to be... There's no reasoning or anything there. It's just a... You know... It's extremely expensive resource... requiring box that just farts out like autocomplete nonsense. Thoroughly unimpressed. I've never once seen like an output from any kind of LLM, like a Gen AI thing. I've never once seen anything like that that even remotely impressed me. It's just like, whatever. This is a dumb probability engine. Biggest scam of the last 10 years. Bigger than NFTs, bigger than crypto. Just when the AI bubble bursts, it's gonna be, and it'll happen soon too. It's gonna be no good. Don't get me started. Anyhow, yeah. But yeah. Anyway, let's talk about pufferfish, shall we? Now that we know that's our mystery animal of the day, let's see if we can find maybe an animalogic video or maybe animal fact files. On pufferfish, because they are cool critters. Yeah, here we go. Excellent.
Also known as the blowfish, there are over 120 species of pufferfish, and not all of them are found in the world's oceans. In fact...
That audio sounds kind of weird here. I wonder what's going on. Here's our closed captions.
Around a quarter of pufferfish species are actually freshwater fish.
And yep, there you go, Claire Burr. Freshwater puffers. I think primarily found in Asia. We'll see if that's correct. Yeah. A lot of folks don't know that there are freshwater sharks and freshwater stingrays. Just because we don't have them here in North America, or they don't have them up in Europe, doesn't mean that they're not around, you know? There's, what is it? The Fitzroy River in Australia is home to, I think, multiple species of freshwater elasmobranch, sharks and rays. Yeah, it's cool stuff.
What's more, the largest of the puffers, the giant pufferfish, is a freshwater fish. The freshwater varieties can be found in South America, Central Africa, and Southeast Asia, while the saltwater species are only found in warm coastal waters.
Hang on, I wasn't paying attention to that. Let's go back.
Freshwater varieties can be found in South America, Central Africa, and Southeast Asia, while the saltwater species are only found in warm coastal waters. They are not found in cold water areas, sticking only to the tropics and rarely temperate regions.
That makes sense. Yeah. And let's see. Feist says freshwater dolphin, Amazon River. So that's one of the freshwater dolphin species in the world. That one's called the boto. There's different kinds of freshwater dolphin on different continents, and they are not related to each other, which is really interesting. Here. So the Amazon river dolphin, the Boto, up at the top left, that one is not related to the Ganges river dolphin or the Indus river dolphin. They're both in genus Platanista. And then you have the La Plata river dolphin, different genus altogether. And then the Yangtze river dolphin was its own thing too, but they are now thought to be extinct. Let's look them up on... Here we go. On one zoom real quick. Pretty cool. And Blake the Snake says, aren't most truly freshwater sharks critically endangered? I would not be surprised if that's the case, yeah. There's Platanista gangetica, the Ganges river dolphin. And then this is the, Indus river dolphin, I think? So these guys form a family, the Indian river dolphins, but they are not closely related to the Boto, who is over here. Yeah, so here's other river dolphins from Asia. They're not related to the South American river dolphins. And then you have, oh shoot, what's it called? Really short-nosed guy. Yeah, who's this? The Irrawaddy river dolphin. Yeah. It was its own thing, too. So it's interesting that these different species of freshwater dolphin are not related to one another. They've evolved independently. When I say that they're not related, I mean that they have different ancestries. They're springing off of different parts of the cetacean family tree, different parts of the whale phylogeny. Interesting to think about. Yeah. I think these are probably my favorite, though. Well, I don't know, the Ganges river dolphin's also really cool. But the Boto, the Amazon river dolphin, they have this kind of grayish pink coloration, which is really neat. They're so cool. But I also really like the Ganges river dolphin. And they've got wild looking skulls. Look at that. Look at that right there. It's so toothy, and there's just this giant hollow in the forehead there, because these critters are almost functionally blind. They've got little tiny eyes that are not... They've got terrible vision. They don't need it, because they're living in really murky water that you can't see in anyway. So they navigate and experience the world almost entirely through echolocation. They can see without eyes. It's incredibly cool. Oh yeah. Anyway, compare that, the skull of...
You need to take some of your own advice.
Oh, hang on.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
That's good advice.
And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs?
That's terrible advice.
Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Thank you, Link for Real, for the 27 months of support. I really appreciate that. And Shark Geek says, well, what the heck is that? This is a Ganges river dolphin skull. Platanista gangeticus, I think. Really neat. Yeah. Just look at that. Bonkers. It's such a cool critter. This is what they look like in life. See if we can compare the skulls of a Ganges river dolphin and Amazon river dolphin. Yeah, here's the Amazon river dolphin skull. It looks completely different. Yeah. Wild how different they are. Where the Ganges river dolphin's got this big helmet with an opening at the front for that echolocation melon that they have. This guy doesn't have that, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And hang on. Is that Logan right there? Logan King. Sam Squanch 89. I wish I could do a Bubbles impression to read that out, but I can't. I'm not good at that voice. This is a certain dinosaur neuroanatomy guy you spoke with out in Utah. I did, Logan. Thank you again for being so awesome on stream. I do, in fact, have a Twitch account. Where can I reach you sometime to have a quick next summer chat? Paleontologizing@gmail is my email account, Logan. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We're like 5 different tangents deep right now, but you're talking about pufferfish, and then we got into river dolphins and how they're not a clade, you know? Independently evolved clades that we call river dolphins, even though they're not related. And now I feel like I need to go into a tangent. Urging people to watch that part of that VOD that you were in, Logan. Let's see. I think it was... Talking to Jim, doing some digging. Might have been the day before this. 17. Anyhow. Bear with me, everybody, while I try and find when I was talking with Logan King. This early on, day 15? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Excellent.
Different individuals. That's the thing, is that here, there's not one single skeleton of an animal. There's a bunch of different skeletons from different individuals all mixed up together. They are scattered around all over the place. Across several different...
If anybody else is hearing the audio kind of, there's almost like a slight echo or something. I'm not sure if this is just on my end or if you're hearing this too, but let me know if you're hearing it as well, and I can try and troubleshoot it as a live broadcast. These things happen.
Many sites that we have here. So yeah. So anywho, Logan, can we come say hi? Yeah. Oop. You got that, Ken? Thank you. All right. Today we're getting a visit from Dr. Logan King. Logan, where are you from?
Man, originally or most recently?
How about both, in that order?
There you go. Originally, a very small town in Alabama. Most recently, I was finishing up a postdoc over in Beijing, and now
Nice.
just kind of kick around in northwest Colorado, Craig, Colorado.
Awesome. Yeah, that's where you're heading today, too?
Yep.
Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's see. How would you describe your research focus to the folks at home? And keep in mind that, like, a lot of the people watching have zero background in science.
I put a link in here so you can watch this mini interview.
We've got PhD paleontologists in the chat, and we've got high school students, and we've got probably some younger kids who lied about their age, but that's how these things go, you know?
Hey, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. So, I was joking earlier. I only do two things. I work on the neuroanatomy of non-avian dinosaurs.
Okay.
So, like, making models
of
their
brains and stuff like
kind
that.
of the central nervous system of dinosaurs
560
and their
bits
closest
subs
kin,
in the
birds,
channel.
crocodilians, things like that. I work on anything else I can get my hands on. So I like describing, I like anatomy, I like a lot of everything.
So fossil
Yeah.
archosaur brains, and then everything else.
Yeah, whatever else I can catch, it's fine.
Anyway, that's Dr. Logan King right there. We were lucky enough to interview during one of our last days in the field. And it just popped up in the chat. Excellent. Anywho, good guy to know. Logan's awesome. All right, let's try and clamber out of some of these tangents right now. You know, we've incepted ourselves several layers deep. But our mystery animal of the day on Metazoo was the pufferfish. So let's get back to this. Pufferfish. Let's finish out this video. Play.
So I guess Antarctica's out again. Pufferfish range in size from a tiny 1 inch in length to nearly 3 feet, a record held by the aforementioned
Oh, and thank you,
giant.
RDA.
These sizes are pre-puff,
Cool.
mind you. When a pufferfish does feel threatened, the fish is gulping down a huge amount of water in less than a second. Their stomachs have the ability to super extend, kind of like when Chester breaks into the food cabinets. It's believed that pufferfish evolved to do this because they are relatively inadequate swimmers, and they are basically too slow to swim away. At least they're cute though, right? Besides the puff, I'm sure you've heard of their other defense mechanism as well. Aside from engorging themselves to much larger than their typical size,
They're also highly toxic. I don't know. I'm not sure which organ systems hold these toxins in them, but something internal to them is just like, oh man, you do not want to eat that. Yeah, we'll see.
making them too big for most predators' mouths. Nearly all pufferfish are highly toxic creatures. Apparently I have a knack for picking animals that could probably kill you. I'm not really sure what's up with that, because there's more to come.
They're fascinating.
If a predator managed to sneak up on a pufferfish unnoticed and gulp it down in one bite, they'll...
Is this a white tip reef shark? Shark Geek would know. Ignore what's going on with the mouth and the eye there. But is this a white tip? It is indeed. Excellent. Glad I got that.
They'll probably regret their decision within a few hours. Due to bacteria most pufferfish synthesize from foods they eat, they produce enough toxin to kill 30 grown humans. Very few animals are able to tolerate this toxin, and many will die if they are unfortunate enough to ingest a pufferfish. However, some predators, such as tiger sharks and sea snakes, are unaffected by pufferfish toxin.
Interesting. I bet you sea snakes can only eat very small individuals, though, because I don't think they have the kind of cranial anatomy and kind of cranial kinesis to eat food that's way bigger than their head. I want to say that sea snakes are a bit more constrained at how far they can open their jaws. So I wonder if they only eat small ones. But yeah. Well, tigers can eat the sea snakes. I guess that's true, Shark Geek, yeah. I mean, tiger sharks famously will eat anything. That scene from Jaws where they're doing the elasmobranch autopsy, pulling out like a license plate out of the shark's gut, and like they really do eat stuff like that. Shark Geek can tell you. By the way, can we get a shout out for Shark Geek, who does all kinds of awesome shark educational streams here on Twitch? And he's just an advocate for ocean conservation in general. If you're not yet following Shark Geek, you are missing out. Go give him a follow right now.
Even humans partake in consumption of the deadly creatures. In Japan, pufferfish are considered a delicacy and are consumed on a regular basis. Chefs who prepare fugu train for many years before serving to customers because one wrong cut could spell disaster.
Yeah, this is the plotline from a famous early Simpsons episode, actually. It features heavily in that episode.
Even with all that training, there are still deaths due to consumption of pufferfish. Up to 6 people die annually from eating fugu. However, of those, it is typical that the deaths occur either outside of restaurants or because diners demand the liver, which is the most toxic part of the fish. Still, it's enough that the emperor himself has been banned from eating this meal. The toxin is stored in various parts of the pufferfish, including the spines, ovaries, liver.
You know, I think there's something to be said for, like, when very wealthy, powerful people demand to roll the dice and eat something that might kill them. You know, who am I to say no? I'm outing myself as like an anti-monarchist.
Liver and skin. Yes, skin. Pufferfish are scaleless fish, which are covered in, you guessed it, skin. They can range anywhere from being dully colored.
Your rhino horn is hilariously toxic. I wish it were. Yeah. And Magos Informatica says you can also do it in the Hitman mission that happens in Japan naturally. Oh, that's really funny. I'm not really a video game guy myself, but that sounds really inventive and fun. That's
Colored in order to blend in with their environment to brightly colored in a display of just how lethal they can be. They typically...
Yeah, if you have really wealthy, powerful people who want to, you know, get onto a really rickety submersible made of carbon fiber, go see the Titanic, maybe you should let them eat pufferfish on the way too, you know? Why not? Who am I to say no? Maybe tell them they can't, and then see what happens, you know? How are you doing, Mini Pie, by the way? Good to see you. Here, we're gonna leave the pufferfish on hold for just a moment. We gotta pay the landlord here. Now, somebody missed me. Somebody missed me while I was gone. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You didn't miss being the center of attention? You got 316 people, probably more, watching you right now, Mini Pie. Probably more later on YouTube or in the VOD. Yeah. How's that feel? What do you think of that? Sharks are actually full of toxic mercury, but that doesn't stop people? Well, yeah, sure, geek. Just gotta keep fighting the good fight, you know? What's the old phrase? If you want to conserve a critter, well, people they can only grow to love what they know. And if they grow to love something, then they might want to protect it. I guess more elegantly you say it the other way around. People protect what they love, but they only love what they know. It's up to people like you and me to get the word out and get people inspired about these critters. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Is it treat time? Is it treat time? I think it might be. Been a while. Remember how to eat these? Of course, it's only been 3 weeks. Actually, more like 4 weeks. Yum. And there you go, Shark Geek. Yeah, there it is. Shark Geek pulling up the actual quote there. Well, where'd those go, Mini Pie? These treats were just here. I look away for a moment and they're gone. What happened? Are you looking for them too? Where'd they go? Do you require more? Gotta pay the landlord, you know. Okay. Treat's dad? I'm not her dad, no. I am her tenant. You gotta keep the landlord happy if I want to keep living here. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Look, you got crumbs. Eat the crumbs. Eat those. Clean plate club, please. Hey. Look. Right there. Okay. mini pie, ladies and gents. He'll be back later, I'm sure. For now, let's continue with our pufferfish. We're like 60% through the video.
Typically eat algae and invertebrates, with the larger sized species even cracking into clamshells and mussels with their beak-like teeth. Kind of like the parrotfish we talked about in an earlier episode, except with, crustaceans and not coral. Pufferfish display many different tactics of reproduction. Some freshwater pufferfish will reproduce in covered areas where vegetation...
Mangroves!
In aquarium environments, it's been observed that pufferfish will lay eggs that adhere to smooth surfaces, such as slate, and the male will remain with the eggs until they hatch.
Interesting. So they're like... It's not a homologous thing, but ratites also do this. Ostriches, emus, cassowaries, rheas, tinamous. It's dad who stays with the eggs. I wonder if in the case of pufferfish or other tetradontiformes fish, I wonder if the male also breeds with multiple females. He like holds down a territory, builds a nest. They come over, they breed with him, and then they leave, and then he is single dad afterward, taking care of all the youngins. I wonder if that's how they work too.
In the ocean, males will bring females to the surface where she will release her eggs, and they'll remain there until the young puffers are ready to swim back down to the ocean floor. One species, the white-spotted pufferfish, had scientists baffled for over a decade with their radical reproduction methods. These guys actually make rippling circles in the ocean floor in order to attract a mate. If the female is interested in the circle, she will enter and lay her eggs in the middle. So they're basically the aliens of the ocean, and
okay. This is a crop circle show?
for years, scientists had no clue what caused these crop circles on the ocean floor. Typically, a female will lay just under 10 eggs, which will hatch anywhere from a few days to a week after
Just under 10?
fertilization.
That's nuts. That's almost like K-selected kind of thing. Normally with various non-tetrapod bony fishes, they will have like hundreds or thousands of eggs. 10 seems like a crazy low number. It probably is a result of like increased parental care. They have fewer young and they invest more parental care in them. That's K strategy versus our strategy. Stupid Google Images. I hate how this new update just... Yeah. R selected versus K selected. This is a topic we've gone into a bunch of times before. But R selected critters... I'm not totally sure what the R stands for, I kind of forget. But anyway, they have tons of young and they invest almost no parental care in them. It's quantity over quality. And then you have K selected. I know K stands for like carrying capacity of the environment or something like that. I think it's a German word. Okay. Anyway, an elephant or a person would be a good example of this, where you have one offspring every few years and you invest a ton of parental care into it. It's interesting that pufferfish, at least the species that they just talked about in the video, would be right about here. Much more on the like K side than the R side. Most ray-finned fishes are going to be over here. Huh. An R for rate? Oh, interesting, Claire. Okay. And Murph says, are there any critters that break that mold and have tons of kids, invest energy and care, or have one and don't invest any care? There are examples of... I know that, in fact, a lot of the ray-finned fishes, I think, do this. There's certain species where... I think it's the male will, like, hold, dozens of babies in his mouth. And watch over them, but I think that has its limits because after they reach a certain size, they have to leave. Mouth brooders. That's the term for this kind of strategy. This is not a clade. This is not like an evolutionary group of fishes. There's a bunch of different ones that do this. But, yeah. Yeah, mouth brooding has evolved independently in several different families of fish. But this would be an example where there might be hundreds of babies in the dad's mouth. So that is an investment in parental care, but I think if we're talking about R-selected versus K-selected, I don't think you define this based on the amount of parental care. I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I think it's probably defined based on the number of offspring, because that's so much easier to quantify. If you're trying to, like, put a number on how much parental care did it, like, how do you quantify that? But number of offspring, that is a discrete number you can just point to and go, okay, 7, or okay, 10,000. Pretty cut and dry. So I think that's how R versus K selection strategies are quantified. But yeah. Their growth rate might have something to do with it too, Claire. Yeah, thank you. Excuse me. Yeah, K is the carrying capacity. From the German Kapazisasgrenze. I think I said that right. Kapazitätsgrenze. That's not loud enough. Anyhow, you can read more about this if you'd like to. Let's get back to our pufferfish. And oh yeah, and Logan there in the chat confirms. R selected, raise a bunch of kids. K selected, can't afford many kids with a K. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's not defined by the amount of parental care, it's just that tends to correlate with number of offspring. But yeah. If that flower was a cactus. What do you think? German's the most beautiful florid language in the world, you know? Everyone says so. It's everyone's favorite mellifluous, non-harsh language. But, I was talking with Matt Wadle about this at one point, with R versus K selection strategies. He was saying that dinosaurs might kind of buck those trends in interesting ways. Where you've got critters like hadrosaurs. You know, famously Maiasaura, the good mother lizard. This is a dinosaur that we have good evidence they cared for their young. They brought food to them in the nests. But it's not like they're having one baby at a time, as far as we know. They were, having a bunch of offspring. And also taking care of them. And these are large animals, too. Oftentimes, at least nowadays, critters that are K-selected tend to be larger. We're talking whales. We're talking elephants. Giraffes. You know, well, in a word, I guess, mammals. But nearly all mammal species today give birth to live young. And that kind of lends itself more toward smaller brood sizes. Dinosaurs were interesting in that they laid eggs. As far as we know, every species of dinosaur laid eggs. We don't have any good evidence that any of them gave birth to live young. And yet some of them still attained tremendous body sizes.
Was pumped together in one vast supercontinent. Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
Thank you, A-Up Ducks, for the 4 months of support. I appreciate it. Titanosaurs might be one of the most extreme examples of like a super large-bodied creature that had large brood sizes. They would lay, I think, well over a dozen eggs per nest. And they're some of the biggest animals to have ever walked the earth. So K-selected doesn't mean small body size, at least not during the Mesozoic. And Salamander says the downside to live birth reproduction? This is... It can limit how quickly you can build up your population size, for one thing. Think about it this way. You've got, say, 5 elephants in a herd, and they're walking around. They might need a huge territory. And they might only have one new elephant born every few years, if they're lucky. If something happens to that herd of elephants, like they get wiped out by a volcanic eruption or something, then, first of all, that's not good for them. Bye-bye elephants. How long would it take them to build that population back up again? If they can only have one offspring every few years, it's going to take them a long time to replenish their numbers. Contrast that with, like, a herd of titanosaurs. If most of them get wiped out in a volcanic eruption, you know, if they're lucky, within a couple years, they can build their numbers back up again like that. If they're having a lot of offspring every year, or even every few years. But also, it can be a limitation on size, too. You think about these huge mammals, like Paraceratherium, and the other Indricotheres, or whatever you want to call them. These are these huge hornless rhinos that lived long after the dinosaurs went extinct, except for birds. This is actual size for one of these critters. Right here. Yeah, there we go. Interesting choice of scale bar there. Yeah, that might be better, yeah. This is maybe about as big as you can possibly get as a mammal on land. These guys and some of the biggest proboscideans, elephants, they seem to be reaching the same, like, peak size. It's like they're hitting their heads on a glass ceiling. You just kind of can't be bigger than this as a terrestrial mammal. And a big part of that might be how they reproduce. These guys don't lay eggs. Didn't lay eggs. They gave birth to live young. And a baby of one of these guys would probably be about the size of, like, a full-grown horse. Having a fetus that big developing inside you, all of that weight that you're adding to your body that's not really your weight, it's your offspring, like that, it's another constraint on how big you can get. Contrast that with, say, a titanosaur. You know, this animal might be 130 feet long, it might weigh 70 tons, but the actual volume of eggs that it has will be maybe just a few hundred pounds at most. And from that, if you're lucky, you know, you might have multiple offspring that survive every year. So you're able to replenish your numbers, and you're not adding that much to your own bulk. You can afford to get bigger as an adult. You don't have to leave room for, like, a giant oversized fetus. Does that make sense? So yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Logan says K-selector reproduction is a bit different with a big brain, 2 opposable thumbs, and a shaky understanding of fire. True. Yeah. But yeah. So a huge marsupial gives birth to a tiny joey. Yeah, Rushwing, that's an interesting thing too. I don't know what the current thinking is on, like, the super giant kangaroos and wombat-like things like Diprotodon. I don't know how large their offspring are thought to have been. I don't know if we have any way of knowing right now. But I'd be curious to find out, you know. Anyhow, and Cowardly Viking makes a really good point. It's hard to imagine adults and offspring living together if the size difference is that large. I kind of suspect that titanosaurs and other sauropods, they're probably not sticking around and, like, offering a lot of care to their young. You know, when we're talking about critter like Patagotitan, for instance. This is a creature like the size of a jetliner. And it has offspring that are maybe the size of like a teacup poodle or something like that. I don't think that, you know, mom and dad are taking care of these tiny little sauropodlets. I think they are probably on their own, just like baby sea turtles, maybe. You know, maybe mom and dad are hanging out and at least making sure the eggs don't get gobbled up. Kind of like you see here where they're, in this Lewis Ray illustration, they're standing around in a circle around this colony of nests. And they're keeping out that big theropod you see there in the middle. But then there's little theropods marching over and eating the eggs, so... I don't know, I suspect they're doing more like sea turtles, where they just deposit a bunch of eggs, walk away, and hope for the best. And when you lay that many eggs, and you do it every few years, or maybe even every year, you stand a really good shot of replenishing your population quickly if something happens, or... You know, you're having a lot of offspring. So, anyway. Yeah. Time to go grab a gallon of milk? Yeah. Yep. You know, Argentinosaurus just leaving for some cycad cigarettes and never coming back. And that was life in the Cretaceous, you know? Anyhow. And Diagonal says, seems like the parents would get hungry standing around like that. And I bet you these are animals who, they ingest massive quantities of food, but with sauropods like this, they probably couldn't stay in one area for very long. They would just deplete all of the food. There's a lovely John Sibbick illustration of this. There we go. Yeah. This is a little old-fashioned, but it's lovely. See, here's a herd of Apatosaurus, and they are absolutely just wrecking this forest valley here as a Ceratosaurus looks on. It would make sense if these animals have to travel constantly just to be able to find enough food to keep themselves fed. Maybe during the wet season, they're just taking in massive quantities of vegetation. And then during the dry season, because we have evidence that the Morrison Formation was seasonally arid, there was probably a very wet, lush, wet season, and then a very dry, sparse dry season. Thank you, Logan, for following. Appreciate it. Thanks for dropping it, so to speak. I wouldn't be surprised if sauropods are kind of like marine turtles in this regard. Think about leatherback turtles, this recent obsession of mine. Leatherback turtles, they will hang out in an area that's really rich in jellyfish, and salps, and other gelatinous zooplankton, and they'll just eat and eat and eat and eat all year long, and then they will make a multiple 1,000-mile migration. They'll go all the way across the Pacific Basin, from the coast of California down to the Solomon Islands, and then they will hang out and breed and lay their eggs there. But during that time, they're not feeding. And I don't know how much they're really feeding during this migration either. They are just bulking up, eating as much food as they can in these really rich feeding grounds at the right time of year, and then they wander across the Pacific. I don't know how much they're eating along the journey, but they do not seem to be feeding in the immediate vicinity of the nesting beaches. Maybe sauropods are doing the same thing. Maybe they are gorging themselves during the wet season when you've got all this lush vegetation, and then they have a big migration and they lay their eggs somewhere. Because that's one of the weird things in the Morrison Formation of Utah and Colorado and Wyoming. Guess how many sauropod eggs have been found in the Morrison Formation? Take a guess. How many eggs? If you guessed 0, you're correct. Yeah. As far as I know, there have been 0 sauropod eggs found in the Morrison. Thank you, Bossman, for the 19 months of support. Really appreciate that. Sorry the alert didn't go off properly. Yeah. 0 goose egg. Nada. Zilch. Cerro. No sauropod eggs from the Morrison. It could be that they just laid soft-shelled eggs that are really difficult to fossilize. Or it could be that they're just migrating out of that whole almost continent-sized region to lay their eggs elsewhere. And that's why we've never found their eggs. We've got the eggs of other dinosaurs from the Morrison. No sauropod eggs. So yeah. And Diagonal says, I wonder how much the vegetation had seeds designed to survive, or we should say evolved, to survive sauropod ingestion, because they had no molars? Yeah. When you think about the botanical devastation that these critters would leave in their wake, you have to imagine that the plants in these environments had evolved really clever strategies to exploit that, you know? When you've got an airplane-sized animal walking around knocking down trees and just gobbling up every piece of greenery it can find, there has to be some way that the plants are benefiting from this. Whether they're getting the sauropods to ingest the seeds and then drop them in their nutrient-rich dung. Think about today with, like, areas where the plants are reliant upon fire for reproduction. Think of the chaparral environment in Southern California, or even up here in Northern California, the redwood trees. Some of these species are adapted to having these periodic fires that sweep through. Some of them even have seeds that only open up and can begin to germinate after they've been exposed to fire. Maybe it's the same way with sauropods like this, where these critters are... They are just like this natural disaster upon the landscape, but the plants have adapted to exploit that. They love it, you know? So yeah. Anyhow. Gamer's Tavern Show says, wasn't that the deal with the large avocado seeds and the giant sloth? That, we've talked about before, is actually a myth. I'll give you a video link. I'm not going to get into it now, but you can follow up if you'd like to. There we go. Yeah. Couldn't remember if it was a myth or not. It's very widely reported. Like here, we have the extinct giant land sloth to thank for avocados. I like giant land sloth. There were sea sloths too, so I guess that's not that ridiculous. Giant land sloth. Oh, you know what that reminds me of? It's some sort of land cow. Yeah. Yeah, land sloths. I gotta start using that phrase. Oh yes, it's one of the land sloths. That would be more funny if we didn't already have aquatic sloths like Thalassochnus? Yeah. These were sloths that were adapted for foraging in ocean water. We don't know whether or not they had smooth skin or if they had fur. But cool critters. The sea sloths. Sloths they're adaptable animals. And it's a real shame that we lost critters like this at the end of the Pleistocene, because that would be so cool to see. And yeah, modern sloths are surprisingly good at swimming. It's true, Murph, yeah. Anyhow. The not land sloths, exactly, Golganek. Yeah. If that's a debunked hypothesis or not, so this is...
fossils, because
well
if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Fossilworth, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces passing, I'm homebound.
And thank you for the gift sub, too. Oh, you continue to sub.
Playing tag with your iguanodon.
And Hogan, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Excellent. We've almost got a hype train going here. Beautiful. Anywho, critters like Thalassochnus are well known to have been at least partially
These are
marine.
just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
And Filippo, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Filippo. I appreciate that. Here, if anybody wants to read about Thalassochnus, this ocean sloth, there is a link. Filippo, I hope you're doing well. And Lordy, 75 months. Holy cow. That's almost a whole year there.
Best 75 months.
I appreciate that, Lordy. Holy cow. I gotta make some new alerts, because... Yeah. How are you doing, sweetie pie? Here, Filippo, I finally put together your dinosaur skull. Here is the cranium of Cariocecus. Watch out, sweetie pie. Check it out. I finally assembled this just yesterday. I figured we'd be talking a bit about iguanodontians today, because that's what I was digging up for the past 3 weeks. So this would be an excellent reference. Your baby, yeah. What age is this critter again? Is it Berriasian? Or is it Valanginian? Which stage in the Cretaceous is it from? Barremian. Nice. Okay, excellent. Yeah, so this is a good deal younger than our critter that we were digging up in Doling's Bowl, which is probably about 140 million years old. What do you think, sweetie pie? What do you think? You a fan of iguanodontians? Iguanodontids, even? Yeah? Oh. Anyway, thank you again, Filippo, for sending me the files for this. I was so excited to finally put it together. I don't remember if I printed the lower jaw or not yet, but I'll be doing that at some point. And Dirt or Bust, thank you, by the way. The 5 gift subs there, really appreciate it. There's 5 lucky chatters who won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days.
Dirter Bust just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Dirt or Bust, for your generosity.
The extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence for that.
That's true. Rocky Ove Krasotka. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But yeah. Found a house in Lisbon. Congrats, Filippo. Starting in September for my new postdoc. Oh yeah. I'll go visit this guy's stratum soon. Alright. You've got gig speed internet? Holy cow. Good for you. You're back to streaming in October? Let me know when you are and we can raid in. That's awesome, Filippo. I'm excited for you. That's really cool. Yeah. Sweetie Pie, you're glaring at me right now. What's going on? What's going on? She goes, I know that you gave Minnie Pie treats. I know it. I'm not supposed to give you treats.
But on the land, the greatest of all the reptiles, the dinosaur, was king.
And kinda hot to these rhinos. Thank you for the 40 months of support.
Welcome home. Landlords are hungry, Paleo Sweetie Pie.
They are hungry. But I'm not supposed to give you treats, I don't think. Unless Lordy says it's okay. I'm not supposed to. Let's put it back. You know, when I said that today would be kind of an all over the place, it seemed kind of strange. I wasn't kidding. This is often how it goes when I get back from the field. There's lots of new people, they've got random questions. I wanted to leave today largely open, without like a firm agenda, because, well, it's nice to have these tantrums and stuff. Oh. Hang on, Urgle. Thank you for those 10 gift subs there. There are 10 lucky
Urgle is
chatters.
overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Who I'm sure are just as excited as this lovely Tinamou bird is for your generosity. Thank you for that. Look how excited this Tinamou is. It's, Get out of there, it's gonna... Oh, shoot! Holy cow. You okay, Sweetie Pie? Anyhow. Thank you, Urgle. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Is it time for Sweetie Pie? I've not been able to give you cat treats for months and months, but Lordy says it's okay now. What do you think? Chat, should we give her some treats? What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Would you like that? It's been a long time. I think we can do that. All right. Okay. Yeah. Oh, what's this? Oh, your eyes got really big. What do you think? You like this idea? Oh. Look at that. This makes me really happy. We've been trying to figure out Sweetie Pie's allergy situation for months now, so I haven't been able to give her treats, and I know that she's been jealous of Minnie Pie. Gets all the treats. Now I can give you treats too. Some more. Good stuff. Holy cow, Reaganation. Thank you for your generosity there. 10 lucky chatters. Won't have to watch any ads for the next month.
Overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Reaganation, for your generosity. Look how excited you've made this Tinamou bird. Pretty extraordinary. Get out of there, it's gonna... Oh, shoot! Holy cow. Thank you, Reaganation. It's only due to the generosity of good folks like you that these streams are possible. Thanks for keeping me here online. I appreciate it very much, and I know those 10 lucky chatters do too. 0 days since last Tinamou. Exactly, sure. Yeah. Yeah. And we're up to a level 4 hype train. Beautiful. Thank you, everybody. Holy moly. Where were we? I don't think we even finished the pufferfish video. We've had so many interesting biological and paleontological tangents here. Yeah. It was nice to be able to show off Filippo's skull there. Not his skull, but the skull of his dinosaur, Caryocecus. I've had that sitting on my shelf for months now. But here it is. Iguanodontian dinosaur, Caryocecus. Lovely. There's that gorgeous skull. I gotta print that lower jaw. But if you want to learn more about this critter, where's a good place to start? That'll work. Yeah. And, you're not prepared for the Tinamou. Oh, I'm sorry, rogues. By the way, Tinamou is spelled with a U at the end. Let's jump over to those. Oh. Is that a Ko-Fi alert? Tinamous are the most speciose group of ratites. I think there's something like 20 species. Let's see if I'm right. Tinamous. 47 species. What?
What?
Yeah. So when you look at your ratites and tinamous, of those 61 species, 47 of them are tinamous. Cool. They're a seriously underloved, underappreciated, underrated bird. Tinamous are really cool. We'll talk about them another time. But yeah. What was this on Ko-Fi? Holy cow. Reaganation. Thank you for your generosity there. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the field streams. They are so much fun. It was so much ... It's like, oh man, these are a lot. But no, so much fun. That's great to hear. Reaganation, thank you for your generosity. I really, really appreciate that. This makes my job a lot easier. Thank you, Reaganation. Holy cow. That's some is nothing to sneeze at. And that will help me to afford more things like this. What do you think I'm printing right now, chat? What could this be? Take a guess. And, PG-rated answers only. What could this be?
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Thank you, Nell, for the 50 months of support. Bone.
Bone.
Yeah, it is a bone. Rushwing says, a rib?
Gotta have them ribs.
No, but it is rib-shaped. Not a tusk. That's close, though. Loganek's getting a little closer. There are no articular surfaces. True, rogues, yes. Here, longtime viewers might benefit from a hint. The rachis of a giant feather. Yeah, there you go, diagonal, yeah. It's not a tooth. No, not an antler. Maybe a little closer. Here's a hint. This is a critter which we in this community and people all over the world associate with a certain Uncle Don. Utah's assistant state paleontologist Don DeBlue, who is he will be retiring at the end of December. Wait, and Claire's got it. Yes, Diabloceratops. I found files online, thanks to Nick Oliver. For a Diabloceratops skull. I am very excited about this and wanted to start printing it ASAP. So here we are. That is the skull of Diabloceratops right there. This is a cast that's on display at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. I took a bunch of photos with this. So that I could send to Uncle Don. But Don DeBlue discovered this animal back in like 2006 or something like that. Really cool critter. Diabloceratops is, for how not well known it is, like, it's a relatively recent find. Here's the holotype skull. At NHMU in Salt Lake. I've actually worked with this specimen before. Here's the actual thing. For being a relatively recently discovered dinosaur, and like not a ton of specimens known, it is surprising just how beloved it is by the general public. There's a lot of folks for whom Diabloceratops is their favorite dinosaur. I think they really like the name. It's a great name, and it's just a very charismatic looking animal. What a neat critter. I have a model of one from Creative Beast Studio. Let me go grab that real quick. This is one of the parietal horns. It's off the parietal, the upper part of the frill. Let me go grab that model and I'll show you on the desk cam. I will be right back. Alright, here we go. Check this out. Really neat multiple points of articulation model of Diabloceratops here. So they really added long horn sheaths to this, which is interesting. A pretty narrow face from side to side. I do kind of wonder whether that's a preservational, like, taphonomic thing. Anytime you see depictions of this animal, its face is always really squished from side to side. I suspect it may have actually been broader in life. But, anyway, cool critter. So, these are the parietal horns that come off of the parietal bone here. And there's the squamosal there. That's what I'm currently printing. This is the left parietal. I guess you could call it a horn or an epi. Like a epiossification. But anyway, I'm really excited to have this thing printed life-size. To be able to show it off here in the office. If any of you are here for the very first time...
It's a dinosaur.
Like you, maybe, the old man 1940s. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. If it's your first time, then you might not be aware. When I stream from here in the office, every day I change out the backdrop here. So all of this stuff changes out every single stream. I like to always have something new and fresh. The whole point is to have this be engaging for new viewers. Every time you tune in, you will see a different backdrop here. Different 3D prints, different figures framed here on the wall, fieldwork implements, pieces of vegetation, whatever. And I try and tie it into whatever our subject matter is for the day. I just got done with 3 weeks of digging up a new species of iguanodon dinosaur out in Utah. So we've got lots of Utah stuff, and we've got lots of iguanodon stuff. So try and keep the backgrounds relevant to whatever the topic of the day is. Anyway, it's going to be really cool to be able to show off the Diablo skull. Where is that? And Don DeBlue, who discovered Diabloceratops, has a bunch of Diabloceratops stuff at his house in Utah. I do have pictures of that, right? Yeah, there we go. So here, an artist did an illustration of Diabloceratops, and I think gave him the original, or like a really high-quality print. Yeah, there's a, like, Dia de los Muertos sugar skull version. Parts of it fell off. But there's some other Diabloceratops stuff he's got. And then there's the skull up above his fireplace in his living room. Don's wife, Amy, bought this for him as an anniversary present. You can get this from Gaston Designs. Rob Gaston produces casts of these and sells them to various museums, which is exactly where the Cleveland Museum got it. But now, you can 3D print one. Somebody sculpted this online, and now has it available for purchase. Here it is on Cults 3D. Yeah, so this is what I'm currently printing. Let's see, right? Left parietal horn. That's what's printing right now. Yeah. Anywho. This might take a month or more to print, but I'm excited for it. It's gonna be so cool. Oh, man. Yeah. Holy moly, that's a skull? Oh, yeah. Yep. Not even a big one as far as ceratopsids go. Diabloceratops is one of the smaller of the ceratopsids. Although I suspect... Oh, and... Holy cow, that's awesome. Vintage photo here. There's the skull of Diabloceratops. There is Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland, Papa Jim. And here's Uncle Don, Utah Assistant State Paleontologist Don DeBlue. I guess they were giving a presentation to a bunch of school kids. So anywho, this is not very big for a ceratopsid.
Because
they get a lot
if
bigger
they're
than that.
removed, America loses them forever.
I bet you it's a juvenile, but who knows? Flicked, or Flickked, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyhow, and both rocking the double denim look. This must have been like a mid-2000s kind of thing. Because when was Diablo's described? I want to say it's like 2010 or something. Yeah, there we go. 2010. I got it right. Yeah. Cool critter. Anyway, if you want to read more about it, there you go. So this is going to be a major arc on this stream over the next however many broadcasts as I continue to print this thing, and I'll probably assemble at least part of it live on stream, and then I'll get it ready for painting, and then we can put that thing up here on the wall. We'll add it to our rotation of various fossil 3D prints. It's that's gonna be really cool. I'm gonna be really proud of that. Here, I'll try and show you just a smattering of some of our backdrops from the last few months. This is right before I left for the field. Got a Tyrannosaurus or Nanotyrannus skull in the background. Juvenile Triceratops. Tethys hadros, Euplacephalus skull, Sagan, which is a Mongolian dromaeosaur. Go back to before for fieldwork this summer. Leatherback turtle stuff. Anyway, you will see a bunch of different 3D prints and casts and all kinds of stuff like that if you continue to tune in and day out. Here's a giant paperclip ammonite right here. Diplomosaurus. Baby Myosaura. I think this is Borealisuchus here, or some kind of croc. Anyway. Every day it's different. And Flickhead says, love the channel, just got back from the Tate Geological Museum in Casper, yeah. I've done, I think, a couple of streams from the Tate Museum. Trying to find out how I can get involved. Per your advice, the Tate Museum is a great place to get involved. Look up J.P. Cavagelli. I think that's how you spell his name. I think there's two L's. He runs the lab and the field program. He's a good guy to know. And, there you go. He might be able to hook you up. Super Allah, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
And their 19 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
It is lovely to have you here. Welcome, welcome, Super Allah. Here's a quick little channel trailer to introduce any new folks to the channel. I will use this opportunity, even though this is less than a minute long. I will go run to the bathroom really quickly. Let's see if I can do it in less than 58 seconds. You ready? Let's go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Not quite. Almost. Anywho, welcome everybody. Super Allah, I hope you had an excellent stream. Thank you for bringing everybody over. Let me know if you've got any questions. And I did wash my hands, Gamers Tavern Show. If I hadn't washed my hands, maybe I would have been here sooner. Yeah. Anyhow, the old man 1940 says it's like hunting animals, but they are dead. It's kind of the opposite. Sure, we're hunting for these animals, but rather than killing them and driving them closer to extinction, we're hunting animals that are already extinct. We're resurrecting them, so to speak. If you want to be cutesy about it, you know, a paleontologist is... real cutesy about it, almost like a necromancer or something. People tell me this all the time on Twitch. People love to say that. But yeah. And Rogues Do It Better says, what are your thoughts on paleo artistry? Like paleo art? Well, for one thing, you should go follow Paleostream if you're interested in that. He's a real life paleo artist who streams here on Twitch. Paleo art is extremely important, you know? If we're talking about resurrecting extinct animals, that's the way that we do that, you know? The way that we bring them back to life, flesh them out, It's, there's an old, Mark Hallett illustration that I think kind of celebrates this idea. Let me find that. It should be in here. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So, in the field, people like me excavate these fossils. They usually don't look that pretty when we find them. But yeah. We find them, we excavate them, plaster jacket them, bring them back to the lab. Technicians, you know, preparators, open these things, open up those jackets, make molds and casts of them, and then kind of flesh out a creature from there. And the paleo artist, whether they are a sculptor or a 2D artist, or whether they do 3D animations nowadays or whatever, that's the role of the paleo artist, is to kind of bring these creatures back into a living state. Something really cool and special about that. I have tremendous respect for paleo artists who do these things well. And I've dabbled in this myself. I've gotten a few publications, or a few of my illustrations published in the scientific literature. And I need to talk to Jim about this, but I would like to do this with some of his new ankylosaurs too. So we'll see. That'll be something that I'll do on stream. I'll be bringing some brand new dinosaurs back to life, so to speak, by illustrating them and doing the illustrations live on Twitch. So I'm excited about that. It'll be pretty cool. Anyway, no field permit. Exactly, Murph, yeah. What Murph is referring to is, this is not good practice to expose this much of a fossil specimen in the field. You want to leave some rock around it. Don't field prep it. You know, you need the rock around it to protect it, even if it is super well preserved. Here, Mark Hallett, I think, wanted to illustrate, like, oh, you can clearly see that's a Tyrannosaurus skull in the field. It's usually not that pretty. Anybody who's watched the field streams knows things are rarely this pretty, and we don't expose this much of them in the field. And it looks like this guy is doing a big no-no right here. Uh-oh. What's he doing wrong there, chat? What is he doing wrong? Yeah, Murph says there's no separator. Yeah, exactly. It's just plaster dripping right onto the fossil bone. That is a huge no-no. Do not do that kind of thing. What do we say to that? Ew. Yeah. You always have to put down a layer of separator. So something to protect the surface of the bone from the actual plaster. So we put down a layer of paper towels or toilet paper. Some crews use newspaper. Some folks, inadvisedly, even use aluminum foil, which I think is not great, but people swear by it. Whatever works, I guess. Anyway, the point is you need a layer of separator. And anybody who's watched these field streams extensively, I hope already knows that. Hopefully I've gotten that point across while we've been out in the field. Yeah, the lab is gonna hate you. Exactly, Murph, yeah. Yeah. And what about the jorts? Is that part accurate? Well, sometimes, Shark Geek, yeah. We had several crew members wear jorts this year. Yeah, actually, some of the best field paleontologists I've ever met will rock some jorts, some jean shorts every once in a while. Not really my style. No judgment. Yeah. And there you go, Crimson. Yeah. Part of your academic uniform. There you go, Rogues. Yeah, see? Lots of folks wear jorts. I actually found some field shorts that I really like this year. That's been one of these things that I find my shorts often just get destroyed in the field. Because I'd get like the, you know, it's like kind of cheapo, casual khaki shorts. I finally got some like ripstop canvas shorts this year, and I don't think I'm ever going back. They're great. So that's a new part of my typical field garb. But yeah. And freelancer, yeah. Aluminum foil a separator is, that means that your crew's got money. Yeah. 511s. Interesting, Rose. That sounds expensive. I'm not sponsored by the manufacturer of the shorts. I'm not going to tell you what brand name they are. But I found some that I really like this year. But I'm not going to give them free advertising. And the old man 1940 says, so you never did find a new dinosaur, like a new one? No, I mean, we were... Just this summer, I've worked on... at least 6 new species of... No, hang on. Probably 7. At least 7 new species of dinosaur just this summer. Yeah. We're finding new ones all the time. For the iguanodont dinosaur... for this kind of critter that we were digging up in Utah for the past 3 weeks. This has been worked on for years and years. So the first bits of this animal were discovered back around 2006, I think. 20 years later, we're still working on excavating more of it because we've got this massive bone bed of all these iguanodonts that all died in the same spot, or at least they were buried in the same spot. Juveniles and adults and subadults, different sizes, different ages. Maybe 2 separate species of iguanodont. Still trying to figure that out. But, oftentimes when you're working on a new species or genus of dinosaur, it can be a multi-decade affair. It can take a long time. And that's the case with this guy. Our critter is new. It's from a time horizon that's not been explored yet. No iguanodonts have been named from that time horizon. And morphologically, the skeleton, osteology, is different from anything we've seen before. It's a new critter. We're very excited about that. And it'll probably be at least a few years until it's published. But, we're stoked, you know? Yeah. Is that fossil diagram still accurate? So this is for a different one called Iguana colossus. So Iguana colossus is another dinosaur from, is it from the upper yellow cat? The lower yellow cat. Anyway, Iguana colossus has already been named. Our critter is a little bit older than this. It has a lot of differences in the bones that we found. There are now more bones of Iguana colossus that are known than just this. But this is what they published back in 2016? No, 2010. There we go. Yeah. So this is close to our dinosaur, our new iguanodont, but ours is distinct. Maybe ours is the ancestor of Iguana colossus. We're kind of trying to figure that out. I mean, it's not implausible that ours would be the ancestor of this guy. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And second to the left, some AI stuff. I don't know, Crimson. I don't want to look. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, and Old Man says, you never found anything that wasn't a dinosaur? No, we find other stuff, too. We find crocs, bits of turtle, vertebrae from little fishes. We'll find fossilized plant material in the quarry. But nothing like a human skeleton. At the time that these dinosaurs were alive, mammals were almost universally small little critters like this. That's Cephalodon, which is one of the mammals known from the Cedar Mountain Formation. There were no primates, let alone great apes like ourselves, from this time. So we're not going to find fossils of them because they hadn't evolved yet. This is the closest that you're going to get to a person in the Cedar Mountain Formation. Something like Cephalodon. Yeah. When was this? 2018. It's more recent than I thought. Yeah. And if you find a human skeleton at your dig site, you might have bigger problems. Oh yeah, Fluffy Downicus, yeah. Yeah. And Rila Rolo, it's good to be back. Thanks for asking. I do miss the desert a little bit, but you know what? It's really nice having things like air conditioning, and I can have ice whenever I want. Like here, check this out. It's full of ice, you know? This would be such a luxury out in the Utah desert. And here it's just, you know. It's easy to take for granted back in civilization. Yeah. And it's nice seeing my loved ones again, of course. It goes without saying. It's the most important thing. But just kind of being here in my own space again, with my library, with my computer. I do tend to miss those things when I'm out in the field. Yeah. And a fully enclosed room and a roof blocking out the sun's rays. Exactly, Alexander Morrison. Being able to go into a shelter without broiling, you know? Where we were out in Doling's Bowl, it gets so hot during the days that, like... Oh, this is my tent as I was disassembling it. This is, like, at about 6 a.m. on the last day. But with the sun beating down on this all day, it gets so hot inside the tent that you just cannot be inside it for more than a few minutes during the daytime. You've got to wait until the sun goes down and things start to cool off, and then you can go inside and spend a prolonged amount of time in there. You cannot be in your tent during the heat of the day for longer than like a few minutes. Like, you will overheat. It might be like 110 degrees inside. Yeah. Anywho. And Raindrops and Ripples says, who takes care of your cat while you're in the field? Well, two other human beings live here in this house, Ios and Lordy. The cats belong to Ios and Lordy. I am a tenant here. The cats are technically my landlords, according to the lease. So, anyway, they are well taken care of while I'm gone. Oh boy, Crimson. I would love to do fieldwork in Nevada at some point, and I actually need to send some emails out about that, but I don't know if it's going to happen this year. Anyway. I figure as part of our loosey-goosey stream today, we should take a look at some of the clips from past 3 weeks out in the field. Let me do that. I'm always saying that it'd be nice to have more clips from these broadcasts. And I am lucky that some of you were clipping clips from the past 3 weeks. Let's take a look at some of those. Here's a jacket flip that I did with Fisher at one point. Glad that somebody clipped this. But so this is the scapula, which is the prettiest bone that I found all summer, and one of the biggest bones we got out of the quarry this year. But Fisher and I are going to go ahead and flip this jacket so we can seal the underside of it and then take it back to the laboratory. We're going to lose some of this as we pull it up. But
you build the jacket so that's okay.
Yeah, exactly. So it's got some height to it. We should be fine. I'm a little bit nervous about this corner here because I think we have something that might be plunging a little bit.
Before we flip it, you just want to get your hand.
That's the whole thing with interpretation. Oh, we got someone in interpretation. They can take.
I'm so glad this went well.
Just pick it up, turn it over, and set it down exactly.
I still have yet to have like a really bad flip at any point.
Like straight up.
Straight up and flip.
During all my years of fieldwork.
Okay. Ready? Yep. 3, 2, 1. Well done. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. Doesn't look like bone. All right.
The rubble immediately.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Claire Burr, for clipping that. And Old Man 1940 says it's like a piece of art. Speaking of pieces of art, I think we have a clip of me doing some jacket art. There we go, right there. So sometimes we like to decorate these jackets. We've got to write part of the head. We've got to write information on it. So like the specimen number, the year, or field number rather. Instructions on like where to cut the jacket open when it's back in the lab. But sometimes we like to add a little bit of artistic flourish to that as well. And it's always tricky drawing on these jackets. We often use permanent markers like Sharpies, but those have a really short lifespan when you're drawing on a jacket. It just tears up that, the felt business end of a Sharpie. It just really scrunches it up, so the Sharpie's pretty much unusable after 1 or 2 jackets. I found that these paint markers work really well, but here I did encounter a hazard, which I hadn't encountered before. Take a look.
So it goes.
Interesting thing though is that we have this curve right here.
Drawing an iguanodont on there, because that's this sort of animal that we're digging up.
But I don't see it, so maybe it broke.
Bleeding ink. Ugh. So I'm like, okay, let me spread this out.
All right,
try and salvage it.
Dictate our shading profile. I guess it's going to be darker on top and lighter underneath.
This is our second.
Just those happy accidents that just kind of.
Yeah. Andrew says artwork on jackets can get out of control. Yeah, that's what happened here. But I'm trying to make the most of it. The mascara was running. Yeah. Oh yeah. Catastrophic mascara run. All right. And who? Freelancer. Thank you for clipping that one. Excellent. Some of you may have noticed the tarpology hat up on the wall today. That was awarded to me by Uncle Don. There's a little treatise on tarpology.
I don't know, like a world-class tarpologist. You see the hat right there?
Yeah.
So, Don, what is tarpology and why is it important?
Tarpology is the art and science of constructing shade tarps.
There we go, like we see here. Yeah.
Surface temperature is 150 degrees right now.
Right, yeah.
It's the only way you can survive doing this kind of work this time of year.
Right.
You make your own shade.
We do this conduit and corner system, and then it's nice because it's portable and adaptable, and usually some paleontologists, river rafters, tend to be expert tarpologists.
Right, yeah.
So Don here actually produced a presentation about this for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Don't we have a command for that? I was gonna look it up on the SVP website, but I think we might even have a command already. There we go. Thank you, Claire. Excellent. So if any of you would like to learn how to set up shade tarps in the field so you don't die from the heat, here, Don tells you how it works. I remember seeing this talk that he was presenting in 2013 at SVP in Los Angeles. SVP is the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. And we also refer to the meeting as SVP. So, yeah. Common heat-related disorders. Things you want to avoid. Skin cancer. Oh boy. Yeah. Even lighting is one of these things that people don't even think about. When you're not dealing with that harsh sunlight, you can actually concentrate better, not just because you're more comfortable, you're not dying of heat stroke, but also it's easier to see what you're doing when you have nice, even shade, even lighting. You don't have the harsh sun's rays reflecting up in your eyes and making it difficult to see. These are some of the pieces that Don uses. These corner connectors, and then we've got this aluminum conduit, the toggle balls or bungee balls, and then spikes and rebar like that to hold everything down. And it compacts. Here's our trailer right there. This is the same one we used in the field this year. There's our propane-powered fridge freezer. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff.
Yeah, so it's just
It's the sort of thing that makes this sort of work doable.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, we would not want to be out here in direct sunlight because.
So yeah, we.
Yeah. Well, what's
we
our
were
current
able
temperature?
to just get it set up this morning.
What does that say? I can't read it.
It says 106.
It's a new edition for this
Fahrenheit. That's why you need to have shade tarps. Like, it's so easy to get heat exhaustion or heat stroke or, you know, to just die from the heat in that part of the world at that time of year. Go easy on yourself. Set up shade tarps. Everybody's happier. And you might say, well, it's inconvenient to do that. Think about how much time you have to spend every morning setting that up. It is well worth it. It makes you so much more productive than you would have been otherwise. Sure, there's a little bit more upfront work. It pays for itself very quickly when you don't have to drive back and forth to the hospital or stuff like that, you know? So yeah. Yeah, what do you think, sweetie pie? You would not enjoy that. I don't think you would. I think with your fur coat, it is not something that you would cope well with. No, I don't think so. Yeah. And Andrew says we're going to die in Red Canyon in early September. Did you mean to type dig, or do you literally mean you're going to die, Andrew? Oh boy. I hope you meant dig. But yeah, it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be really hot, I'm sure. I wish I could join you for that, but I think I'm gonna be busy in early September. We'll have to see. But yeah. What do you think? Oh, Sweetie Pie doesn't want me to go. No? Oh. Do you want some more treats, or are you just looking for some more cuddles? You know what? You've probably not been brushed. What do you think? Do you want to be brushed?
You don't need to salute the paleontologist.
Shade Tree, 1976. See, if we had shade trees, we wouldn't need shade tarps. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. pushing the camera around? Yeah? You love doing that. So does Minipod. What's up with that, huh? Alright, let's get you some treats. I think that's what you really want. Okay. Oh, yeah. There you go. Good stuff? You enjoy? Yeah? That's all there is. I already gave you a bunch of treats earlier. That's all you get for right now, okay? Okay? That's all. What are you staring at me like that for? That's all you get for right now. That's all you get. Okay. Let's get back into some more clips, shall we? And everyone should. This is Sweetie Pie right here, like the Paleo Sweetie Pie emote. Yeah. And Dinosaurs Are Cool 25 says, "Hey everyone, just wanted to say how cool your streams are out in the field. I'm a hooked viewer now." That's lovely to hear. Welcome back, Dinosaurs Are Cool. I hope you will continue to find these office streams almost as compelling. But I will be going back out to the field at the end of September, beginning of October, and looking forward to that. Yeah. Welcome back. Dinosaurs Are Cool. It's good to have you. Yeah.
Then we'll put hemorrhoids in their anus. Hemorrhoids where?
And Murph. Thank you for the gift sub to Dinosaurs Are Cool 25. I appreciate that, Murph. Thank you. Yeah. And holy moly, Spartan, thank you for those 10 gift subs there. Really appreciate it. There are 10 lucky chatters
Zero is overloading the system with
benefiting from your generosity. No ads for them for the next 30 days. I'm sure they are just as excited as this lovely Tinamou bird. Look how excited this bird is. Oh, shoot! Not again. This is how that goes, then. Thank you, Spartan. I appreciate your generosity.
The moon does exist.
And the all-seeing Four Eyes, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Cheap Pocket Man, what's shaking with you? It's not a name I've seen before. Welcome. Anyhow, and that was a Hyrax. Rogues do it better. We just had a clip with Don DeBlue here. That is his favorite animal. Is a Hyrax, one of the closest living relatives of the elephant.
You know, speaking of dinosaurs, did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers?
I did this with dirt.
Until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy.
Paleo
Apparently,
salute.
the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Thank you, Dances with Dirt, for the 13 months of support. Really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here online. It's excellent. Where was that Hyrax video? Hyrax Awawa, there we go. Believe it or not, this is one of the closest living relatives of the elephant. It's not happy. Oh boy. Good stuff. So yeah, hyraxes belong to a group called the Afrotheria. I'll show you on our Tree of Life here. A werewolf. That was different. That was a ptarmigan. Afrotheria is a really weird clade of mammals. There we go. Elephants, elephant shrews, aardvarks, tenrecs, golden moles, hyraxes. So, yeah, I don't know what this clade is called. It doesn't have the name here, but anyway, you have the elephants, and then you have the sirenians, sea cows, including manatees, dugongs, and then you have the hyraxes here. So this group together, there's got to be a name for this clade, and I don't know what it is. Let's turn to Wikipedia. Let's look up Sirenia, the manatees and their relatives. Really cool group. And they are part of the Tethytheria? Abasidia, Tethytheria. So hyraxes are just outside of Tethytheria. Okay. So there's the hyraxes. So this clade is called Tethytheria. And hyraxes are just outside that. So Paenungulata is the clade. Okay. Is that right? It also includes aardvarks. Interesting. Some of this stuff might be disputed. It might be up in the air. But anywho, Tethytheria is a really cool group. This also includes critters like, I think, Arsinoitherium. Yeah, there we go. This animal might look like a giant rhinoceros. It is not. It's related to elephants, and hyraxes, and manatees. Arsinoitherium, not related to rhinos. Check out that crazy skull. These guys are so weird. They're, I think they were featured in the movie Up. We've got a good shot of it, but anyway. And rhinos not related to elephants. Exactly. So rhinos are closer to horses and tapirs. So let's do a quick little elephants to the rhinos. Rhino this, rhino that. Indian and Javan rhinoceroses. There we go. These critters are not close relatives to one another, at least not at like a granular scale on the mammal phylogeny. The blue goes to the elephants. The red goes up here to the rhinos. So rhinos are more closely related, much more closely related to tapirs and horses. They form a group called the Perissodactyla here. But outside of that, they're closer to critters like pangolins and lions and tigers and bats. A rhino is more closely related to a bat than it is to an elephant. It's pretty cool to think about, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Hessian knew Sock says, love a tapir. Tapirs are super cool. And most years we do a special stream for World Tapir Day. I think it's April 27th. So you missed it this year, but tune in next April for that. World Tapir Day. Yeah. That's always a lot of fun. And, no, sorry, speaking by. The audio out of sync here? Tapirs are perissodactyls. They are related to horses and to rhinoceros. Those are the only other two remaining groups of perissodactyls today. Yeah. Hello. Anyway, there's my 3D printed tapir skull there. Anyway, World Tapir Day is always a lot of fun. Anyhow. Bakuba, exactly, Murph, yeah. Akira Eclipse says, did you see the hadrosaur mummy found back in 2001 in Chile? With its cutaneous spikes. I did not see that, Akira Eclipse. Is that new as of this week? Huh. Cool. We'll be covering that over the next few days, I guess, as we're catching up on fossil news. But I wanted today to be kind of a loosey-goosey stream. Just kind of getting used to being back in the office, answering questions, doing that kind of thing. I didn't really want to have a hard and fast agenda for today. I wanted this to be a little bit more informal. Yeah. And Tolkien Otaku got a gift sub excellent. I think it is. Speaking of Arsinoetherium, as we were, I found you can actually 3D print this skull, and that's going to be so substantial. I don't know if it'll be worth it for me to do it, but I could print one if I wanted to. Here, there we go. Bingar. It's not a super detailed model. I did download it, and that would be cool to print at some point. But, yeah. What a neat, weird mammal. You think the thing had a hump like a bison? Does its skeleton show that? That's a good question, Murph. I'm not sure. It does have slightly longer neural spines over the shoulders, but not nearly like that of a bison. I wonder if those horns are hollow, or if they're just less heavy than you might imagine. Really neat Mark Whitten illustration here. That's nifty. Oh, that's cool. Huh. Cool critter. Anyway, a bison. Notice between the shoulders, the neural spines on the vertebrae are often much, much longer. Here's Bison antiquus. Crazy long neural spines there. Oh, it's a sail-backed ungulate. Look at that. That's a big sail. No, it doesn't. It's a hump. This is kind of what I suspect spinosaurs were doing too, but a lot of folks don't want to hear that. Rhinos also have high neural spines. It's true, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. That's funny because there's... Oh boy. I think this is like some AI-generated garbage here. Because that skeleton is just completely wrong. This is just busted, you know? Don't trust the AI slot machine to do your illustrations for you, Buffalo Bill, Center of the West. I was there in late July on my way back home from Montana. But yeah, basura, garbage. Their skeleton does not look like that. It looks like this, those really tall neural spines. Yeah. And Crimson says, are Ouranosaurus still thought to have had a hump, or are they back to the sail? You still see him reconstructed with a sail. I think it would have been more like a fleshy hump, but I know some colleagues who are currently working on a project related to sails versus humps, and I can't really say too much about that right now. Yeah. And Freelancer says the hump is to store fat and water. In large part, I mean, it's useful for that, but it's also, there are ligaments and tendons that'll run down from the top of that to help support the big heavy head. So bison famously have got a big old noggin, and it's pretty heavy. Those tall neural spines almost act kind of like the tower on a suspension bridge. So like on the Golden Gate Bridge here. Hang on, why is that not working? The lights are supposed to turn blue when I do this. I don't know why it's not. That's frustrating. It's like after a certain number of things, it just doesn't do it anymore. Anyway, like the tower on a suspension bridge, you've got this going right here. This helps hold up that heavy bridge deck below. You've got a series of cables that run down it and support that. That seems to be why these guys have something similar. It's like the tower on a suspension bridge. You're holding up that huge heavy head, especially when you've got these giant, ridiculous horns, like bison latifrons had. Yeah. Anywho. And Crimson says, if you had the house to yourself, would your collection of printed bones become home decor all over the place? It already kind of is in my office. In my room, but yeah, it'd be all over the house. But it's nice to be able to have these things nearby while I'm streaming, so if I really need to, I could run over and grab one. You know, like if I wanted to show off, say, a Allosaurus skull, then I could do that. Let me go grab that. Go. It's nice to have these things close at hand. And if I want to be able to show them off, do some sort of teachable moment sort of thing. This is a big skull of Allosaurus fragilis. It's maybe even slightly too big. But this is one of my first really big 3D prints. And I'm really proud of it. So it's a substantial cranium and mandible. This is so much fun to do. And it's not finished yet. I need to fill in some of the seams and then smooth it and paint it. So I've got so much 3D print work to do. That's one of my priorities really for the next few months is get a lot of these things ready to show off on stream. This one's good enough. I printed it in a really nice kind of bronze color, so that it already looks good, but it doesn't look like the kind of Morrison formation, dark gray, almost black, like it should be. And they are supposed to be shockingly convincing once I paint them. Babiona Quest, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anywho. And I do have to handle it with care. Absolutely, Crimson, yes. I try to handle most of these things with care, but yeah. Let's check on our Diabloceratops. Nice. Ooh, it's almost joined up. The supports on the right side, and then the epiparietal on the left. Nice. It'll be a while until this is done. It'll probably take about a month of printing, but I'm looking forward to having a Diabloceratops skull. And Alexander says, does that Allosaurus have binocular-style orbits? Let's see. I guess it does have the binocular-style orbits, yeah. Yeah, I think there was a paper that just came out that suggested that Allosaurus probably would have had greater depth perception than has been suggested in the past. And that makes sense, you know? Yeah. Anyhow, let me go put this back. And there you go, Alexander. Yeah, that's who I heard it from, was Brian Egg. Yeah. Cool. Anyway, keep an eye on the 3D printer, and I will go put this back. Actually, right above the 3D printer. Nice. Right. Yeah. Oh, and Hessian says, what's a binocular orbit? So the eyes can see straight forward. So the orbits are the eye sockets. Here we go. With certain dinosaurs, like tyrannosaurs, they're famous for being able to see straight ahead of them. They had binocular vision. Here's that old Dorling Kindersley model. You know, with certain animals, they kind of have their eyes more on the sides of their heads. And a lot of people equate that with like, oh, well, that means they're predators. Well, that means they're prey animals if their eyes are on the sides of their heads. And they're predators if their eyes are face forward. That's not always true. That's like a gross oversimplification. But for dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus, they could see directly in front of them like that. It would help them gauge distances, be able to, you know, grab prey directly in front of them more easily. And there's an old idea that Allosaurus couldn't do this because its eyes were kind of on the sides of its head, and that turns out to probably not be the case. Here's Tyrannosaurus on the right, Allosaurus on the left. That's, there we go. I recognize this font. This is Brian Eng's work here. He was demonstrating that these animals did probably have binocular vision. They could see straight in front of them. So it kind of gives the lie to this old idea. Yeah. So even with the skull a little wonky, it's been kind of crushed due to the overlying rock before excavation. After 150 million years, this Allosaurus still has pretty good binocular vision. Makes sense. Yeah. And Koakinesis says if T-Rex is looking at you, it's looking at you. There you go. This looks like the skull of Stan right there. The orbits wouldn't really, like the actual eyeballs would not be that big. But it was still pretty big. Tyrannosaurus probably had eyes about the size of oranges. Among the largest eyes of any land-living animal ever. Pretty cool. And Murph says, are you going to print an abelosaurid or a carcharodontosaurid? I do have an abelosaurid. Here, let me go get that. Here. Here is Majungasaurus. Printed this one a while ago. Lovely abelosaurid from Madagascar. I also have files for a Carnotaurus, but I want to alter those because they're not great. Like, the files themselves are really low resolution. I want to add some detail to them before I print them. Here's my Majungasaurus. This also needs some work, but it's not super high on my priority list right now. It looks pretty good as it is. Could be better. But I have a whole backlog of different 3D prints that are fully printed, but they need to be smoothed and have their seams filled, and they need to be painted. It's a whole thing. I've got a big backlog right now, so I'll be working on that for the next few months. And you'll get to see more of those in the backdrop. So that'll be good. And Childrew says, do you have room for all these? Kind of. This one I keep mounted to the wall. But yeah. Yeah. And Trithier says, how do you smooth them? Just sandpaper? There's a variety of different methods. Here, I'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go put this back. So yeah, with 3D prints, you get these layer lines. So like this, as a 3D printer is working, it's almost like a computerized hot glue gun. It's putting in layers bit by bit, and oftentimes you can see those lines there. So here's, yeah. The one on the left is pretty good, pretty smooth. The one on the right, you can really see those layer lines. Different kinds of filament, different kinds of printers, different settings on the printers will make the layer lines better or worse. But when you're doing something like a fossil, especially something that's supposed to be smooth, how do you get rid of those layer lines after the fact? If it's already printed, you know, how do you reduce the appearance of those layer lines? You can sand it. With different kinds of filament, you can also smooth it with acetone, like if you're using ABS plastic. But I don't really print with ABS. I use PLA. And so you have to use other stuff to smooth it out. Again, sanding works really well. Sometimes heating something up with a heat gun, if you're real careful about it, you can just kind of barely melt the surface and smooth it off. But I also use things like plastic putty to smooth over the layer lines, but I seal it with this. The stuff is expensive, and I'm looking for an alternative, but this is the best I've got so far. XTC 3D. It's this 2-part epoxy that you can paint over the surface of your 3D prints, and then later you can sand it if you want to. But it helps get rid of those layer lines. It can make things look nice and smooth, like this sort of be some sort of fox or something here. A really short nose for a fox. I don't know what that is. But anyway, yeah. On the left, before. On the right, after. Yeah. Pokemon. Avier, a Pokemon. Interesting. Pate Beast says, any microplastics? Yeah, microplastics, macroplastics, megaplastics. It's all good. What I'm printing right now, this Diabloceratops epiparietal, the thing on the left that's curving, that's the actual horn. The thing on the right is just the supports. So that, unfortunately, is all trash. There are probably ways that you could recycle it if you really wanted to, but that's more trouble than it's really worth. There is some plastic waste here. It comes with the territory. I try to live the rest of my life in such a way that I'm reducing plastic waste. Like, I never buy bottled soda or water or anything like that. I feel a little bit bad about throwing away that plastic, but, you know, I have ways to justify it to myself. And at least it's recyclable. It is biodegradable over time. Yeah. Yeah, PLA is corn-based. Exactly, TechBird, yeah. Yeah. And, yeah, no one told you life was going to be this way. Exactly, Hessian, yeah. So much plastic waste. But if you get together with your friends and work on reducing, reusing, recycling, that's a good thing. And, what interesting, adding a bit of alcohol to the XTC3D. I need to try that, TechBird, shoot. Because I use this stuff all the time, and it's honestly kind of nasty. If I could make it slightly less viscous. You just use like isopropyl alcohol? Huh. Cool. Anyhow, yeah, I might try that. It's an interesting tip. And thank you for being here, Telekinesis. I hope to see you around soon. Enjoy friend time. Good stuff. Maybe ethanol from the hardware store, sister request. Yeah. Okay. Well, I will try that, TechBird. I will write this down actually. Crimson says, does San Francisco have bad recycling? No, we've got, by many metrics, the best recycling in the country. Like, here in the Bay Area, you can pay for a service where they even take plastic film. So, like, plastic bags, shopping bags, sandwich bags, Amazon, plastic packaging, all kinds of stuff like that. They'll take that and they'll recycle it. A service that you can pay for. But most places in the US, and even around the world, they do not recycle plastic bottles anymore. Just because stuff is really expensive to do, and the kind of recycled plastic that it yields is not high quality most of the time. It's just more trouble than it's worth. Most places around the world just, even if you throw a plastic bottle into the recycle bin and then a truck comes and picks it up, most of that stuff just gets buried or incinerated nowadays. Plastics recycling is, in many cases, unfortunately, kind of a myth nowadays. The best thing you can do is just reduce the amount of plastic that you use in the first place. Yeah. Anyway. And Murph says it was always kind of a myth, exactly. We talked about this extensively on stream before when we were talking about plastic waste and marine turtles.
Plastic is one of the most synthetic materials on Earth, and yet these waxworms have figured out a way to eat it. And they aren't the only ones. Scientists have found hundreds of organisms that eat plastic, from superworms and black beetle larvae that eat styrofoam, to worms and fungus that can break down bioplastics. They're calling these organisms plastivores. At the same time, the world has been making its own discovery about plastic, and that is none of it is truly recyclable. Globally, only 9% of plastics are ever recycled, And even that tiny amount still requires some virgin plastic in order to maintain quality. Meanwhile, much of modern life is literally wrapped in plastic, 99% of which is derived from fossil fuels. But maybe plastic-eating creatures could lead us to a future where recycling isn't a complete myth.
Anywho, I'll give you a link if you'd like to watch the rest of this. If you are intrigued, have at it. Yeah, I don't want to go too deep into that rabbit hole right now. And we have a recycle rate of 90% on plastic bottles. I hope that's true, Kufangaran, because that's the thing, is that a lot of municipalities and cities and states and countries have been less than honest about their true recycling rates. Especially since so much of this stuff used to just be shipped off to China, and then China basically stopped accepting this because it just wasn't working for them. Like, the kind of work that people would do in these recycling plants was just incredibly hazardous. There's all kinds of carcinogens, you know, that people were breathing in or ingesting through their mucous membranes or whatever. All these awful fumes. China's basically like, yeah, we're gonna cut this out. We're making our people sick. We're gonna stop being the cheap recycling hub for the world. And when China stopped taking in a lot of these recycling materials, no one else took up that mantle. So the vast majority of plastic bottles and stuff like that around the world are just buried or dumped into the ocean or burned. Again, I'd encourage you to take a look at that video or look into this if you're curious.
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things. Yeah.
But if you don't want to know, then that's okay too. Maybe. Lurid Rural Juror. I love that username. 30 Rock reference. Brilliant. It's good to have you here, Lurid Rural Juror. Welcome, welcome. And, oh, that's pretty cool, Rogues Do It Better. I would love to be able to recycle some of my filament, but I don't really have, like, the time or the wherewithal to do that, unfortunately. Anyway. And is that a recent wall background change? Says Waizaga. Oh, this? No, this is the same it's always been. Yeah. You're just misremembering. It always looks the same, you know? There's a little gas light right over there, too. That, it never changes. I definitely don't change the backdrop every single stream, you know? If you were to go through and look at, screenshots from previous broadcasts, you definitely wouldn't see anything ever change, you know? Certainly not. No, it's always the same. Welcome, Izaga. Welcome back, I should say. Yeah. And Lurid Rural Juror says, love to be here. Thanks for never forgetting the Rural Juror. Of course not. How could we forget the Rural Juror? Rural Juror, I will never forget you, Rural Juror. People are gonna think I'm insane unless I play the song.
You America?
This is from the final episode of 30 Rock, this series finale. This all started, this has been a running joke on this show where Jenna was She was the lead actor in a made-for-TV movie series, I think, called The Rural Juror. And everybody heard her talking about this, but she didn't enunciate her speech very well, and so they're like, what was that called? Like, what? And it was just this running joke. And then it kind of culminates with the final episode here. Anyway, you get the idea. One of the greatest television programs ever produced, 30 Rock. I've heard it said before, and I believe it's true. 30 Rock, as a show, will probably be the closest thing that humanity will ever get to a live-action version of The Simpsons. Just the cleverness of the jokes and the rapidity at which they are brought forth. If you really like classic Simpsons, you'll really like 30 Rock, chances are. It was one of those shows that was like severely underrated. I'm extremely picky when it comes to TV. I will not sit through most television shows. I find TV mostly really boring. I love 30 Rock. It's great. Anyway, you'll all have chins. There you go, Barbara. Baby 30. Yeah. Cut up your face so bad you'll have a chin. The weirdness and absurdities of the it's so good. Yeah. If you stick around here, lurid rural juror, you'll see I have a number of different 30 Rock alerts. In fact, I wonder if I can fire any of them. Stream Elements is now owned by a different company. That's annoying. Here. Mute site. Here we go.
Do you think dinosaurs are put
that's a different
together
one.
correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
That's not what I was looking for. Okay, so if you emulate it, it doesn't work. You got to go straight from here. There we go.
Science is whatever we want it to be.
Oh yeah. I'm sure I've got some other ones too. Anyway, yeah. Dr. Spaceman. You know, when I told you it was going to be a loosey-goosey stream, I wasn't kidding. We've been all over the place today. Yeah. And there you go, dinosaurs are cool. Absolutely. Yeah, classic Simpsons is unbeatable. Let's take a look at some more clips from the past field season. Here is a...
Every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago.
Wagfish.
Which is
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Yeah. Well, what's
we
our
were
current
able
temperature?
to just get it set up this morning.
What does that say? I can't read it.
It says 106.
There's a Simpsons reference right there.
There's a new edition for this year.
With Hans Moleman. Anywho, where were we? we were looking at clips from this past field season, or the past month. Take a look at this.
Oh, there you go, Alexandria. Our resident croc enthusiast says peak life would be uncovering a fully articulated Cebesid/Barinasuchus body fossil. In my opinion, of course.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, 3 or 4
Jim agrees.
Before I lived in this marsh.
Of crocs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Based on teeth and things. Like you more get fragments of skull bones.
Mm-hmm. And of course, Alexander clipped this. Always talking about those crocs. Good stuff. There's some other amusing clips in here.
Vex FX has got some words of wisdom.
Oh, man.
It's not the size of the bone that matters. It's about its contribution to scientific knowledge.
I've been like, even yesterday morning.
Keep telling yourself that, yeah.
I forgot what that clip was about. Apologies. Oh, but if we're talking about how many different fossils we got out this summer, where's that one where we've got all the jackets together? All told, I forget how many specimens it was. I think it was about 130 that we collected. Which is pretty decent. Especially since Don kept saying, we don't really need any more. We still got 130 new bones from this iguanodont, including some really important ones potentially, like the like that
This would
squamosal.
have been, now we're 8:30, so that's the end of August. We started at
There's our
Don's place
specimen
probably,
log here.
and then we came over here.
Uh-huh.
And then we worked, so that's August. Yeah, 31st of August. Yeah. So we worked in a little bit that year up until, yeah, and then we get to 9/4. It looks like we did a fair amount.
What's our specimen
In
number up to now? 102?
Yeah, so I think we hit it pretty hard in 2008. We did most of our time out here.
Got a lot of bones out in 2008.
Oh yeah, then there's 2009.
Nice.
So this is the same quarry that we were working.
Hit it hard. It looks like we probably.
Yeah. Each one of these is a different bone. You see little drawings of them there. And then there's their coordinates on the map. There's the ID. There's the person who collected them written out here. So yeah, this is what, 2009? We have nearly 900 different bones from this quarry so far. This is called Jim's Place. And these bones are of our new iguanodont dinosaur. A big beaky plant eater. Like this. This kind of critter. But older. This is Iguanodon, about 120 million years old. Our critter's about 140, so like 20 million years older. But member of the same family. As Jim likes to say, once this thing gets published, this critter for whom we have well over 1,000 bones from this site and a few others right nearby, this is going to be one of the best represented iguanodontid dinosaurs in the world. So we're really excited for when that finally happens. Dr. Karen Poole is working on this. And she actually presented on it. Was it last year or was it 2 years ago? Let's see. Was this in Birmingham or was it in Minneapolis? I think it may have been in Minneapolis. Yeah, it was definitely Minneapolis. Let me find a photo of that. I took some photos during her presentation because she gave a talk about it. That I was quite excited to see. there we go. A new iguanodontian dinosaur from the Cedar Mountain Formation, early Cretaceous of Utah. Karen Poole, lead author on this. There's also Ethan and Don and Jim. So here is Karen giving her talk, and I think this is on October 31st. I think it was on Halloween. There's Karen giving this presentation. There's me right there in the photo, live streaming from outside the quarry. This is at Ethan's Wash last year, or 2 years ago. There's me with my camera set up. And then this was Karen's Halloween costume. She made little mittens, or I guess gloves, because her fingers are still free, with an iguanodon thumb spike coming off. So, just like you have right here. Our critter doesn't seem to actually have thumb spikes. At least we have no indication that it does. But, yeah. Anyhow. And Rogues Do It Better says, how important is the context at a paleontological dig site? Context is everything. Everything. Without context, the data would be useless. So, when we're there at a fossil site, we're doing an excavation, it is extraordinarily important to collect as much data as we can. So that's what our specimen log is for, and that's what our quarry maps are for too. So we meticulously map out where each of these different bones came from, so we know where they all are in the context of the quarry itself, and then we know which stratigraphic microhorizons they're from too. Is it from low in the quarry? Is it from higher up? Like, how deep did we have to dig in order to find each of these bones? We record all that information. And then the larger context is arguably more important. So... there we go. We'll get Jim to explain this here. So this is where we were digging for the past 3 weeks. A place called Doling's Bowl in Utah.
Well, the Utah Geologic Survey's paleontology group has been studying the Cedar Mountain Formation for the last dozen years. And one of the things we've done with the Cedar Mountain Formation, these early Cretaceous rocks, is subdivide them into a number of units. And right here is one of our thickest sequences of the lower unit, the yellow cap member of the Cedar Mountain.
Yep.
And if we look up at this big escarpment on the southern skyline, right down at the
So we could actually see this during my streams. I often showed off this particular outcrop here. But you've got the Morrison Formation at the bottom.
You see
late
some
Jurassic.
little blue slopes, and then a red sandstone interval. And we're basically standing on that sandstone interval right here. We're using that gravelly red iron sandstone to mark at this location where the Cretaceous-Jurassic boundary is. But if we look at this beautiful exposure...
So there we go. This is the lower yellow cat where we're digging. We're in the very bottom of that. So anytime you find a new site when you're out, you know, excavating dinosaurs or other fossil critters, it is extraordinarily important to do what we call take a section. So you're measuring where in the rock layers you're digging, and that tells you how old these fossils are in the context of ones above and below and everything else. So sometimes you'll see a description of that in a scientific paper. Usually you see that. You should always see that, really. Like, okay, we are 0.3 meters above the contact with the underlying Morrison Formation. The way that you do this is you take a Jacob's staff. Here we go. So a Jacob's staff is just a measuring tool that you use. It's usually 1.5 meters tall, although you can get ones that are shorter or longer. But the point is, you know exactly how tall it is, and then you use a little geological compass on the top to make sure that everything is nice and even, and you you use that to cite exactly what horizontal is, so that you make sure that you're not like accidentally skipping over any vertical space as you measure the section. So use the stick to measure exactly where you are in the rock layers. Oftentimes you find a big escarpment like this. You walk up, use your Jacob's staff, you sight it in, so you make sure you're looking exactly horizontal, then you mark on the ground where that is, and then you go and you stand there. And you keep doing this. And you measure the thickness of the section. And as you're doing that, you're also looking at the rock. You're pulling up chunks of it. You might be popping some into your mouth and chewing it a little bit to tell what the consistency is. Like, is it really coarse right here? Is it finding upward? Like you have a fluvial environment, we have a channel where like the stuff is getting more and more fine as you go. You're taking notes on all this the whole time. And that way you have a record of all the rock layers near your site. I'm gonna see if I can find you an example of what this looks like in context. I want to see if I can find some of Jim's illustrations here. Here's his Dinosaurs of Utah here. But I want to see if I can find the ankylosaur one, because I think he's posted that already. There it is. Bingo! Got it. So this is how you correlate different rock sequences throughout Utah. So here's Doling's Bowl. This is where we were working for the past 3 weeks there, Doling's Bowl. Kind of a shorter section here, but you can correlate these different rocks. So you have the poison strip member right here. In some places it's thinner, in some places it's thicker, but you can use that to correlate across. You know that this is the same time in all these different valleys. The thicknesses might be different, but you can recognize these marker beds. You'll have the same depositional event that happened for miles and miles and miles. Some places it's thick, some places it's thin, but this is how you correlate those in time across different basins. So when you're measuring these layers like this, that's what you're trying to do. You're putting everything into its time context, and that is extremely important. When we're excavating these animals and we're trying to figure out how they're changing over time, time is the essential variable there. We got to make sure that when we're talking about time, that we're all on the same page, you know? Sometimes you get lucky, and in some of these spots, you'll have like an ash bed. So like there was a volcanic eruption, it spewed a ton of volcanic ash into the air, which settled down, and that ash has radioactive isotopes in it. And you can date that. You could put an actual number and say, okay, this is 137 million years old, plus or minus 300,000 years. And then when you find that ash elsewhere, you know that that's the same age. But then you go, okay, well, this site is 12 meters above the ash, and it's 3 meters below another ash, so it gives you a nice time bracket. This is between 137 and 122 million years old. Just by way of example. Anyway, it's important stuff. I hope this is making sense. But, yeah. And yeah, Cephalon Wolf, I'm back at home. Things are good. And Hessian says, what changed at the boundary between those layers? You have different environmental things going on, you know? Like when we're talking about stratigraphy, here, I'll let Jim continue talking about this here in this video. But you have different things going on in the environment. Maybe you had a river that came in and starts depositing sandstone. And then that river dries up and this becomes like a flat floodplain. Deposition is slower, but like every few thousand years you might get mud dumped onto this, might bury some critters, and then after that it turns into a forest. You know, landscapes are always changing like this. Earth is a dynamic planet, and we can see that in the rock record here.
Nice steep exposure that's been well studied. That red interval is the base of the section.
And welcome, Stealthy Poet. Yeah, good to have you.
There's a little break halfway up the slope. That is a calcrete, a carbonate unit. And it's the first carbonate we see in this sequence of rocks within the Cedar Mountain Formation as we go up. And from that point up, we see lots of carbonate. As we go up above that, the next interval up below the sandstone cliff, a lot of it in this area is lacustrine. That is, they represent lake and pond deposits.
Yeah.
You see fossil fish in those beds, lungfish, freshwater spiny sharks, freshwater turtles, crocodilians, and on the shorelines above and below, dinosaur tracks, and at the top, that's where we have the level of Utahraptor, Gastonia, Cedarsaurus. A number of very good dinosaurs are known just below that sandstone cliff as the lake retreated again. The sandstone cliff we call the Poison Strip Sandstone, named for outcrops just about a mile south of here. That unit splits the Cedar Mountain in half. It was referred to years ago as the middle sandstone of the Cedar Mountain. And then if we look over here, look to the west, we can see that sand coming down low in the slope because it's sloping to the north toward the Book Cliffs. And at the very top of that exposure, we have a little sandstone. The interval of shale between that sandstone ledge and the sandstone at the top is the Ruby Ranch member of this.
So anyway, you get different communities of dinosaurs and other critters in these different horizons like that. And so I'll show you one of Jim's diagrams here. So within the Cedar Mountain Formation here, there's the lower Yellowcat member. Here's a fauna of dinosaurs. When you go into the upper Yellowcat, they're different. Some of them are direct descendants of the ones before, and some of them are new ones that kind of wandered into this environment. Maybe they came in from Europe. So anyway, it's interesting seeing this cast of characters kind of change as you go through time like this. But yeah, lower Yellowcat, upper Yellowcat, Poison Strip, Ruby Ranch, and Mustn't Touch It are all different members of the Cedar Mountain Formation. And within each of these different members, you'll have different environments. Sometimes things are a swamp, or a riverbed, or a lake bed, or a floodplain, or a soil. You can tell based on the rocks and the fossils that you find in them what's going on in those environments. And it'll change geographically, too, from place to place. So all of this information is really important to keep track of. But that's how we do our work as paleontologists. That's how we make sense of these things. You know, it's not rocket surgery. In many ways, it's a lot more complicated, you know? You can't just express it as a mathematical equation. There's way too many variables. It's too complex, you know? But it requires interpretation. It requires a little bit of creativity to be able to figure out what's going on. Fascinating stuff. Yeah. And Cacklin's-Orf, we talked about that in the field. Yeah, so Mustn't Touch It. All of these different member names, lower Yellowcat, upper Yellowcat, Poison Strip, Ruby Ranch, these are all named after places. So the Yellowcat Mining District was a place in Utah where uranium mining was a big deal in the middle of the 20th century. Let's see, I'm trying to find you a video about this sort of thing. It's uranium mining. Here's a news report talking about this.
A massive radioactive tailings pile right next to the Colorado River is being cleaned up by crews in Moab.
Fox 13 News is partnering with the Water Desk at the University of Colorado Boulder to look in depth at where the project stands right now.
Max Roth shows us what this means for the tens of millions of people downstream.
The mill construction started in 1956, a place to process one of the most dangerous elements on Earth. Uranium for America's nuclear arsenal, the site right next to the Southwest's most important waterway, the Colorado River.
When they established a mill, there wasn't very much thought given to protecting the river.
The river that provides water to tens of millions of people and millions of acres of crops downstream. The process left behind waste products and tailings. That's a radioactive sand-like material that was 80 feet thick by 19...
Anyway, this was a big deal in the 1950s and 60s. There's a song that I think may have featured in the, one of the, Half-Life games, is that right? Here. Yep. Anyway, you get the idea. This is a huge deal in the Yellow Cat mining district, which is Doling's Bowl, where I was working for the past 3 weeks. It was right there in the heart of it. Or at least right nearby. I don't know the exact boundaries of the Yellow Cat mining district. Here we go. Yeah, Yellow Cat mining district. Yeah, Poison Strip Mine. That's what the Poison Strip is named after. And then the Yellow Cat members are also named after the Yellow Cat mining district. So here's that mine that's all barred up nowadays. But these ruins are still there. You can go see them. In fact, we've driven right past this before. I recognize this. Yeah, Jim named all these members, I think. Yellow Cat, Poison Strip, Ruby Ranch, and Mustn't Touch It. The name Mustn't Touch It, it's the name of like an old town or a post office or some sort of minor settlement. It was probably inhabited by uranium miners at some point. But Mustn't Touch It might have something to do with like there being bad water, or it might well have something to do with like the rocks, the sediment just turning into complete glue if it rains. Sometimes this stuff gets really, really sticky. Like this rock, the sandstone or mudstone, especially if it's bentonite rich, when it gets hit with water, it's so easy to like get your vehicle stuff in there. It's stuck in there. It can be really, really bad. Or like trying to walk through, like you might get stuck. Just, you know, it's not quite like quicksand, it's more like glue. That probably is where the word mustn't touch it comes from. Either that or from the water being poisoned by uranium or something like that. But yeah. And sticky uranium. Well, the uranium itself is not sticky, it's just the mudstone or, you know, or clay or whatever it is that's there. I'm guessing it's probably like a bentonitic mud. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Oh, and it was in Fallout. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. And there you go, Neverwinter. Yeah. In that part of the world, in the Yellow Cat mining district, especially down in the Morrison Formation, a lot of that dinosaur bone is radioactive. Usually not to a dangerous extent, but sometimes it is. Anyhow,
the Cedar Mountain Formation. This lower stuff may be some of the earliest Cretaceous in North America. The upper stuff has generally been dating at about 105 million late early Cretaceous. And the sandstone at the top, right at the very top, is the beginning of the Dakota Formation. And as we look north, the Dakota Formation, all the way up through the highest cliffs we can see to the north.
There's Don's tent there.
We have exposures of Upper Cretaceous. So this little interval down here of only about 300 feet or so thick is equivalent in time. It represents about...
So this ridge up here is where we would go hike to if we want to see the sunset sometimes, at the top of here. So this is west of camp.
25 million years with breaks to this vast thickness that extends here from the Dakota, across the valley, and all the way up through the Book Cliffs, the Upper Cretaceous. We've been focusing on this thin interval of rock representing a lot of time and a big chunk of Utah's story.
Nice. Anyway, here is a link if you'd like to watch the rest of this. And Hessian says, remember you showing these on a dig? Yeah. Yeah. That's where I was for the past 3 weeks. Good stuff. And hey, Landed History Buff, welcome back. Good to see you. And Murph says, what would the Iguanodontian have instead of a spike? Is it nothing or more phalanx-like with a claw? It would be more phalanx-like with a claw. I should have grabbed this beforehand, but I forgot. But it would be like the hand of Camptosaurus. So like this. This is the same exact one that I have a cast of. In fact, I think I got it from Valley Anatomical. But this is the... Nope, other way. This is the left hand. So that's the thumb right there. So not a spike, but it is just kind of a longer claw, longer ungule. Less hoof-like and more claw-like. And these guys may have actually used that to defend themselves, maybe. But it wouldn't be like a big wicked spike, it would be, you know, just kind of a sharpish claw, I guess. Like you see there. Later on, in the descendants of these animals, or at least in later iguanodontids, like Iguanodon, it would be a pretty lethal weapon. Yeah. So this is from the game Jurassic World Evolution. And there's Iguanodon dispatching a series of theropods. Yeah, pretty grisly. Using that thumb spike. Oof. Yeah, anyway, that probably would be a fairly formidable weapon there. And how'd that back home shower feel? I got a shower in the hotel in Nevada, Landon. That was really nice. Yeah. Really nice. First shower after 24 days in the field or whatever it was. Can't complain about that. Good stuff. Anyhow, so I thought it was funny that when Karen was giving her presentation about the new Iguanodontian, there we go. In the middle of the talk, she put on these gloves with the thumb spikes, and I thought that was pretty amusing. The audience loved it. Yeah. Neverwinter says, how many sticks of deodorant did you go through? I went through 2 this summer. It should have been like 1.5. but one of them just straight up melted in the heat. Like, I made the mistake of leaving it outside of the toiletries bag on my field desk in my tent. And it just liquefied. So I pick it up, and it's like, oh boy. All of it had melted and then settled back down to one side of it, so... I did my best to not waste that, but... I just had to throw it away. Yeah. It happens. When you're working in a place where it's so hot that a deodorant stick literally just melts. Yeah. Anywho, get back to this clip
We
here.
probably stayed exclusively over here.
Okay.
In 2009.
Tons of specimens from this site.
Yeah. There's 08, and then.
So these are being worked on by Dr. Karen Poole, and we need to do an interview with her at some point, especially since she wasn't in the field with us this summer. Just ask her how the progress is going and all that.
Now I usually work like end of 1 year, beginning of another.
Yeah.
But yeah, then there's a bunch in 08. And we get up to...
Shoot. 452. Nice. So I think it was well over 100 specimens that we collected just this year. It was, it's pretty good. Where is that clip? I thought we had one with all of the jackets. Oh well, that's okay. Oh, here it is. Bingar. And this is before the end of the season.
Already took a bunch back. Already took a bunch back to Salt Lake. So this is our current haul. We'll see what it's like by.
One more.
Oh, one more. Very nice.
I don't know where to put it though.
Put it here.
Okay.
There we go. Nicely done. Adding to our clutch. They almost look like weird, deformed eggs. But yeah. So this is probably less than half of what we found so far. Don took, as I understand it, the rest of them back to Salt Lake already, including the big scapula that I was working on. So this is not our complete haul. This is just about half of it. Hopefully we'll have...
And I think we had about this as many, so this is probably maybe a third of what we had from this summer. And this is not even including the little ones that went into bags. These are just jackets here.
We'll double this by the time we leave, at least.
We did.
But each one of these bones, we think that they're iguanodonts probably just by the numbers, but a lot of these we'll have to open up in the lab. Ethan will be sorting through some of these, identifying them, all that good stuff. So yeah.
Pretty proud of that. Did I get a photo of our final jacket haul? I try to do this every summer, but I may have forgotten this time. Here's a funny one. Yuck! Bad rib. But you know, as a wise man once said,
gotta have them ribs.
This one will probably be low priority in the lab for opening up. But one of the things that we mark in the specimen log is high priority, medium priority, or low priority. High priority would be things like skull bones, or, you know, really nice hip elements, bones of the hips. Those can be highly diagnostic. For stuff like bad ribs, not a high priority. Ribs are usually not very diagnostic. We still collect them, and not every crew does. Some dinosaur dig crews, they'll just throw the ribs out. But we always say,
gotta have them ribs.
Because we're a scientific enterprise, you know? You can still get information from ribs. Maybe someday somebody will figure out how to do really good histology based on ribs. or be able to do isotopic analysis or something, who knows. But we try and be thorough and collect even things that are ribs, because sometimes it's not actually a rib. You think it's a rib, but it's actually a caudal chevron, or a piece of a skull bone, or even something really important like a furcula, a wishbone. I don't know how many theropod wishbones have been discarded in years past because they're like, oh, it's just a little rib. Who cares? Don't collect it. Theropod dinosaurs have wishbones, but I don't think that was even published on until like 2004 or something. Let me look that up real quick. I think I've got it here in the library. PDF library. 2002, 2005. Was it 2005? Shoot. I want to say it was 2004 that it was first discovered. If we look up, is it Suchomimus as a furcula? Yeah, there we go. I think it was... Oh, 2007. Okay. Yeah. It was not until about 2007 that a furcula was first described from a non-avian theropod dinosaur, I think. Yeah. November 2007. Bonkers. So these animals have had a wishbone for 200 plus million years. We've known about theropod dinosaurs since the 1820s. Only in the early 2000s, like 150 plus years later, did we realize that, oh shoot, yeah, these animals have wishbones. Probably because a lot of crews were misidentifying them in the field, maybe not collecting them. That's why you collect every bone that you can find, even if it is, yuck, a bad rib, still.
Gotta have them ribs.
Collect it anyway, because your field ID might be wrong. It might turn out to be something much more important when you open it up in the lab. So yeah. Anyhow. And wombat hole chicken wishbone. Oh, interesting. You know, boiling them can work well for cleaning. But it's usually not ants, it's dermestid beetle larvae that are famous for cleaning bones. Wombat hole. And they're smelly. Usually you don't want those in your home. Yeah. And were belly ribs also overlooked for a long time. Not as long as the furcula, for sure. You'll see old skeletal mounts of, like, Gorgosaurus. Ones from a long time ago. Like, they had one at the Field Museum. Or here's a really old reconstruction of a Gorgosaurus, and it's got the gastralia, the belly ribs. Here's one at the Smithsonian. This is from, like, the early 20th century. They have the gastralia there. So we've known for a long time that these critters had belly ribs, but those are often one of the first things to decompose, get scattered around, one of the first things to be lost. When the animal dies. Here it is in Allosaurus. You can see this at the Denver Museum. They have the belly ribs there. And they have the wishbone. Lovely. Yeah. Wishbone, right here. Between those are the fused clavicles, between the coracoids and the scapulae. And then there's those belly ribs, the gastralia there. So we've known for a super long time that animals like these had gastralia, but the wishbone, that was kind of a... It's kind of a revelation. And Akira Eclipse says, do you have top 3 memories from this summer's fieldwork? For the summer's fieldwork? Oh boy. That's an excellent question here. We're getting into reminiscing now, are we? We gotta play the reminiscing song, of course. Top 3 memories from this summer, from June through August. Let's see. Biggest memories. One of them is going to have to be realizing we had a ceratopsian skull in Wyoming, that it's not actually a hadrosaur. This is bugging me. Here's Ethan and his fiancée, soon-to-be wife, Lauren. Here, Ethan, I did a stream the day after this, but we had to wrap up one of our streams early, I think, when I was at Turtle Hill. Ethan called all the crews, or all of the little sub-crews, like different teams working out there in Wyoming. You know, we all come to camp at night, and we have dinner and hang out by the campfire and everything, but then during the day, we go to different sites, and it'll be like 4 or 5 different sites running simultaneously. One afternoon, I just got a text message from Ethan being like, hey, everybody needs to gather up for a meeting. We're wrapping up the day early. And we're like, what in the world is this? What's going on? And I thought, it has to be bad news, right? Like, why stop everybody's work in the middle of the day and get them to all gather up? So we all go back to camp, and then Ethan tells us, hey, we're going to go over to the Purple Puzzle site. No explanation. So it was a really tense drive on the way there. It's like, what's going to happen? What's going on? This has to be bad, right? We get there, and then Ethan says, well, you know, we've been working the site for multiple years at this point, under the assumption that this is a duckbill dinosaur, a hadrosaur. He goes, it's not a hadrosaur. They'd flipped one of the jackets, and they were working on prepping it down to make it more lightweight, removing a bunch of the rock, and then they hit bone again. What we thought was like the butt of a duckbill dinosaur, the hips and some of the limb bones, it turned out to be something much, much, much more exciting, more scientifically valuable. It's the skull of a ceratopsid dinosaur. I can't show you pictures of this yet, because I promise not to. But it's a dinosaur similar to Pentaceratops. Here's a skull of Pentaceratops here. Ours looks almost exactly like this if you were to cross it with Triceratops. It's like, it looks like a beautiful in-between. Which makes sense, because we suspected that Triceratops evolved from Pentaceratops. We might have that missing link now. No longer missing a transitional species. That's what it turned out to be. That's why he called all of us over so we could see this, and we were flabbergasted. It was like for the past 6 years, Ethan had been looking for this thing, and it was right under our noses the whole time. We just thought it was a hadrosaur. That was one of the... That's always going to be one of my biggest memories from this year's fieldwork, for sure. But yeah. That was pretty extraordinary. Oh boy, I'm looking at the photos here. I'm sorry I can't show you, but holy cow. This is wild.
We were all quite confident that was the dentary, the medial side of what we would probably think was the left dentary of this big hadrosaur here. My mind was so certain it was a hadrosaur.
Here's Ethan talking about it.
I was seeing teeth that didn't exist inside the broken cracks through that bone. But there are lots of loose teeth associated with this specimen. So all over this jacket are broken pieces of tooth root and crown. So thinking that we're looking at jaws was not a weird thought to have.
Anyhow, yeah. An anagenesis, definitely, maybe. I mean, but what is cladogenesis? And then did, but anagenesis with branching, as Denver Fowler likes to say. Yeah. Anywho. And it will 100% be a new species, Landon History Buff. Yes. Very, very, very excited about this. I could even show you, I'm sure. I think we have a clip from this, right? Here we go. I promise I'm not overhyping it, and that's what I said during the clip too, while we were doing that stream. I wish there were a better way to search clips. I don't think there's a search bar, right? No. Yeah. Anyway, we were thrilled when that happened. So I don't know, I was asked to give 3 most memorable moments of the field season. That was certainly one. I don't know, that kind of blows everything else away, to be honest. I'm not sure what else had nearly that impact. But yeah. A Death Source says, I wonder how long it'll take to be published. Daspletosaurus wilsoni, yeah. Named after my old roommate, Jack Wilson. I found him. Only took a year or 2 to publish? Yeah, so that was super high priority. This is also super high priority. So as I stream right now, in this very moment, Ethan has people working on prepping that ceratopsid in the lab. Right now. It might be a couple years until it's published. It is a much larger specimen than Daspletosaurus wilsoni. But it's equally important, I would say. That is our highest priority for publication right now. That will probably be the thing that gets published first, out of everything to come out of our operation in Wyoming. And it's like, once that's published, this will no longer be kind of an open secret. Everybody will know about this geological formation that we've been working in, and Ethan might even want to delay things a little bit, just so he can release several publications around the same time. Because a lot of people are going to want to work where we're working once they realize how good the fossils are. The floodgates might open. And that would be... It could present some problems. We'll see. Yeah. Wait to open the floodgates may be a good idea, says Murph. Exactly. Yeah. Murph knows. And Landon History Buff says, why that long? That's super short. So oftentimes these things take decades. And I've talked about this many times before on stream, but to kind of... help illustrate it here. We'll go back to this this illustration from earlier. So there we go. So you're out in the field and you discover a dinosaur. Here's a crew and they're digging up a tyrannosaur right here, out in the Badlands. The excavation itself might take several years. So the purple puzzle site, where this ceratopsian dinosaur came from that I've been talking about, our prospecting guy, Logan, he discovered that site, I think, in 2023? Or maybe 2024. Last year, we spent a big part of the summer excavating it. And then this summer, excavating it too, and we've just now gotten those jackets out. They had to stay over the winter because they were too big to move last year. And there's still more bones going into the hill there, so we're not done with that site. So all told, it's going to be at least 4 or 5 years of excavation there. Or between the discovery and then finished excavation, it's years just for that. So, excavation and jacketing and collection of these things. Then they have to go back to the laboratory. So these fossils have to be prepared, cleaned, stabilized. They have to get them ready for study. You might make molds and casts of them, so you can make replicas of the bones. And then, this is not meant literally, this is meant to be figurative in this sense. But you have to bring the animal back to life. You study it, you figure out how the bones articulate, how much of the skeleton you have, you illustrate it, you photograph it, you study it very carefully. You might have to travel to different museums across the state, across the country, around the world, and you compare what you've got, your new fossils, to ones from close relatives that have been discovered before. That could be a years-long process, where you're like, well, what do we know about this group? How is our critter that's similar or different? Not only do you have to go and photograph those other specimens, travel to go see them, but you're also like consulting with other experts in the field, and you're looking at the literature. You need to learn everything that's been written about this group before. Like, know this family of dinosaurs front to back, inside and out. And then you write up your manuscript. So you detail, like we'll be talking about tomorrow, you detail how this animal is similar to or different from every other member of its family or every similar looking dinosaur. And once you've done all of that, it could be easily a decade at that point, easily. Then you shop it around to different journals. You submit the paper for publication, and even that can take years. Some of these journals, once it's accepted, you might have like a year or two backlog in between when it's ready for publication and then when it finally gets published. That could be years, potentially. So it's kind of remarkable sometimes when a dinosaur is published in like less than 5 years after discovery. Yeah. Again, we'll be talking all about this tomorrow as we go over some of the new dinosaurs that have been published while I was in the field. New dinosaurs just from the past 3 weeks that we missed when I was out in the desert. We'll be catching up there. And remind me to pay careful attention to when these things were first discovered and how long until this year when they've been published, just in the past 3 weeks. It's going to be decades in some cases. But yeah. Friendly Creative Seal says, could AI help speed up the publishing aspect? No. AI is essentially like or generative AI, LLMs, large language models. It's like a glorified autocomplete. It's what we're doing is new, you know? This is brand new information. AI can only regurgitate stuff that's been published before and do a lot of hallucinations in the meantime. It's what we're doing is making new scientific discoveries, finding things that nobody's ever found before. Yeah. The actual applications for large language models in science, I think, are extremely limited. And a lot of journals now have policies where if they suspect that you're using an LLM, a generative AI service, for anything, they'll just reject the paper. Because all it can do is kind of like badly mangle and regurgitate stuff that's been done before. In science, we're making new discoveries, you know? We're at the bleeding edge of human knowledge, at the forefront of these scientific fields. LLMs are really only good for, like, kind of sloppily cutting corners on things. And that's not what science is about. So, yeah. Anyhow. Let me catch up to chat there. Hey, girly. Hey, welcome, welcome. It's my first time chatting since I usually lurk. But I got accepted into a university for paleontology. That is really exciting. Holy cow. But the only work experience I've ever done was an archaeology place where I cleaned bones for 3 days. So I was wondering if there was anything like specific I should look into before going. The university does have a museum next door, if that helps. Don't worry if there's nothing, though. I'm just asking. No, get into that museum. See if you can go help out there. Hey, girly, like, that will help you tremendously in your studies. If you can volunteer in that museum, either doing fossil prep or helping with data collection or helping out with curation of fossils or whatever. When I went to school at Montana State, taking classes is one thing, and that can be important, sure. But the time that I spent in the museum, working on fossil specimens, hanging out with paleontologists, helping out in the lab, that was so much more important to my career overall. That's the best thing that you could do, is get yourself into that museum and start doing cool stuff in there, you know? And you said uni, so I suspect you might be in the UK or another Commonwealth country. But hopefully they've got like a fossil prep lab there, and hopefully they do some kind of field work. If you start working in the lab there, volunteering, and meeting the other paleontologists, you might get invited out into the field. Get to go do field work as an undergrad.
So Spartan 0 gets a 12 months of tier 1 to Hegel 12.
Holy cow, thank you, Spartan. That is very generous of you.
85 months in the channel.
I appreciate that, Spartan. Holy cow. Thank you for your generosity. A whole year of no ads for Hegel 12. Brilliant. And let me just say, congrats on getting into uni, and let's get some applause here for Hey Girly. Good stuff. That's awesome. If I've played even the tiniest role in inspiring you to go to university and get involved with paleo, then I am tremendously proud of that. That's a big part of what I try and do here on this channel, is like try and get people interested in this stuff so that they'll pursue it further, you know? We need more people in the world studying the history of life on Earth. If I can help nudge people in that direction, then that makes me very, very happy. So, congrats. And I'm in the UK. It's supposed to be the second best place for geology and earth sciences in the UK. I think I might know the school that you're talking about. I might know some people there. That's really cool, hey girl. That's really cool. Congrats. Oh, man. Fantastic. And thank you again, Spartan, for gifting Hey Girly no ads for the next year. Spectacular. Yeah. And Friendly Creative Seal says, what's your favorite color? Brown? I like a lot of earth tones. How did you know, Friendly Creative Seal? Yeah. I like brown, I like tan, I like khaki, I like, you know, olive green. When I was putting together some graphics for this whole paleontologizing thing years and years ago, I picked some of my favorite colors. Here, I'll show you. There we go. Here's the Paleontologizing logo, one of them. And, yeah, oranges, browns, greens, dull blues, grays, that's, yeah. These are good colors, you know? They remind me of fieldwork. They remind me of geology. They remind me of being outside, you know? My favorite place to be. Outside. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Velociraptor orange. You guys sandwiches, please. Yeah. Neverwinter says he's an autumn. Am I? I actually don't know enough about fashion and makeup and everything to know what season I am. Although I know what season I am. Field season. Anywho. Yeah. But that reminds me, speaking of colors, let me grab my Munsell color books, and this could be an interesting teachable moment. Where did I put those? Gosh darn it. Anything over here? Alright, my space is just an absolute mess right now because I just got back from the field. Had to kind of reassemble my stream setup when I got home. But, here. Nope. Munsell color system. Geology. Let's see if this works.
Munsell color system. An important goal in dentistry.
Yeah, this is not okay. So the Munsell color system is like a way to kind of standardize. Here it is for soil, but it also carries over to rocks too. This is how you standardize different colors. And it's kind of funny, like when we're talking about different rock colors, sometimes people who are not geologists or paleontologists will be like, what are you talking about? Are you seeing? Are you imagining things? That's not blue. Like, well, as far as rocks go, that's pretty blue. Jim talks about that here. In fact, we just saw that here. Here's a callback.
Them into a number of units. And right here is one of our thickest sequences of the lower unit, the yellow cap member of the Cedar Mountain. And if we look up at this big escarpment on the southern skyline, right down at the base, you see some little blue slopes.
So yeah, Jim calls this blue, and by geological standards, it is blue.
Skyline.
So this down here, we might call this blue, especially when you get up close to it. There's kind of a bluish tinge, but it's subtle. It's blue by geological standards.
The Munsell soil color chart is a tool that allows users to make soil color evaluations. The color is recorded by hue, value, and chroma. At the top of the page, as well as the side tabs, has the hue. Along the y-axis lists the value. Along the x-axis lists the chroma. The left page of each color chart provides the color name for easier identification. So for this color chart, we can see that it is red 5/6 in the chroma 7.5R. This would be listed as 7.5R/5/6.
Yeah, okay. You get the idea. But it's a It's a way of kind of standardizing things so that, you know, like, oh, well, the rocks are, you know, blue in this area. It will actually say blue. It might be kind of like a very, very, very gray kind of blue, but in a Munsell book, it'd be like, oh yeah, this is blue. And that is the standard name for it. It'll also have the chroma and the value and everything else. So, yeah. Again, I don't know where to put my Munsell books or I would show you. Again, my space is a disaster right now. It's such a mess. But remind me in a few days if you're curious about this, and I'll show you in the book. But yeah. Rocks don't have as good color vision as we do. There you go, Claire. Fair. Yeah. Their sense of vision is not as good in general, I would say. But, Munsell color chart, geology. But there we go. Yeah, this will work. For rocks in particular. So, grayish pink, moderate pink, pale red, light red, moderate red, grayish red. Let's see. Blue. These are not labeled. But some rocks can be like strikingly blue, but oftentimes they are a little bit less dramatic than, you know, it's not going to be like robin's egg blue or something. Anyhow. Hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Spartan says, I noticed a lot of green in one layer of the rocks you're removing in the dig site this year. Was that correct, or camera aberration? No, that's correct, Spartan, yeah. Yeah. So the rocks that we were digging in at Jim's place, and especially at Ethan's Wash from last year, some of those are kind of bluish or greenish. And that's just based on different minerals that were there in the sediment as it was being deposited. So yeah, green mudstone. There you go, Claire. Yep. Yeah. And there you go, Anthony. Oh yeah. Anyhow. Let's take a look at our 3D printer. It seems pretty quiet. Nice. Our Diabloceratops epiparietal is now finished. Let's go snatch that off the printer, and I'll show it to you. By the way, this is, well, let me grab it. I'll show you. Nice. There we go. Proper tools to remove these superfluous bits in a little while, but there we go. This is the left one, so it's gonna go like that. Good old Diabloceratops. Go. I'm gonna have this thing printed in no time, by which I mean probably about a month. It'll be done and ready to assemble. But I'm excited about that. Yeah. It's gonna be so nice. Yeah, and thank you, ZBoy3G. It's good to be back. Very excited about this thing. Good stuff. Diabloceratops. That's Don's baby there. The devil horned face. What a lovely critter. Anyhow. With that, I want to spend some time like cleaning up my space here so I can actually find the Munsell color books These things are not cheap, so it's like I feel bad for not knowing where it is right now. It is time to wrap up this broadcast. A little bit early today, but let's do that. Log into Streamlabs. There we go. And there we are. Put a Deinonychus, our early Cretaceous theme, under the credits. Let's see who else is live on Twitch right now whom we might be able to raid into. Don't go away just yet. And big thanks to everybody being named presently in our credits here. Who are our raid options at the moment? Let's see. Casey Snowart is on. Let's go see what Casey is up to. Excellent. Thank you everybody being named in our credits. From new followers to new subscribers. We had a couple of new first-time subs today. Thank you to the gifters and the cheerers, the people who make these streams possible with their financial contributions. Thank you for helping make up some of the subscription debt that we've been accumulating while I've been in the field. Subscriptions are always a little bit slower out there. Thanks for helping make up for that. Keeping me here on the air with your contributions. Couldn't do this without you. And thank you also to the raiders, Super Allah, appreciate that, and moderators. Thank you for keeping the ship afloat. Thank you for your attention, your support. Hopefully your lives will be just a little bit easier with me back here in the office reading the chat more often than I was in the field. But thank you, mods, for keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I appreciate it more than you know. With that said, we're going to go right into Casey Snowart, see what she's up to. And I have to see everybody tomorrow for a recap of all the new dinosaurs that were published while I was in the field that we missed over the past 3 weeks. It's going to be fun. Let's go say hi to Casey. Take care, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.